So mentorship was also very critical. And that therefore, after we incubated, the now women hold businesses in those 5 pillars. We were able to now to come up with the low level outcome and the high level. Low level outcome is growth in revenue. They're able to get more money from their business, growth of assets, business expansion and diversification, job creation, growth of networks, adaptation of, best practices, and then finally we can now inform policy advocacy and policy. For example, be able to inform or to now inform the government on the policies that works for women, incubating women businesses. Like for example, what policies are there for women entrepreneurship? Are they working for women? When you say you're going to create an environment for women, is it working? And that is how we have tested and found out if it's working. And with that, we disseminate that information. And after, okay, then the baseline survey, we found that we sampled around 600 women in 16 counties, and we were finally able to select 320. That is in the individual land business, women individual land businesses. But with the model took 2 paths. One was to incubate the individual land women businesses, and the other one was to look at women collective, women groups, which is quite a major thing in our country. Women have been able to come together all over in the country, and as women groups or collectives, they are able to come together because of the challenges that they normally encounter when they're doing business, so that they can collectively have a bigger bargaining power. So we pick that line, and we also pick the individual end. But I will focus more on the individual end because we have been able to do the formative evaluation, and also we have also been able to do the summative, so we have the findings. But just to mention a few, and also my panelists here, they are part of the individual end. But just to mention, just by passing about the collectives, we in 12 counties, that is starting all the way from Kilifi, Kware, Kisumu, Busia, Turkana, Meru, Tharaka-Nithi. We are also in Kisumu. And what we are doing is we're having the women collectives unfolding the product, one of the crops that is culturally acceptable for women. And because when we did the baseline survey, we discovered the intervention were almost similar. The women needed to also have capacity building, they needed to access markets, access those finances, and so we are applying the same model on the collectives. The only thing is that most of the women collectives were coming together because the women in Meru and Tharaka-Nithi, they are all doing banana. And because they're doing banana farming, they did not have markets because the brokers would definitely come in and disrupt them. So what we did is we partnered with KILD and KI, Kenya Industrial Estate, to see we could do value addition. And so what we did now, we decided that out of every product we have, like in Kajiado, we then find milk belongs to women. Meat belongs to the men or cow, but the milk belongs to the women. So we went ahead together with KIE, or with collaborating with KIE to see together that we help the women to be able to do value hunt or value chain, and out of there, they were able to get 4 products. And those products, all of them have caps, and now the women have their own cottage industry, and they are manufacturing or they are producing their milk. The same with Kware, we realized cassava, cashew nuts, Kisumu fish, Busia fish. We also found out from Turkana there's maize. All those women, the county, the collectives, together with our partners, KILD and KIE, they have been able to go through technology transfer, or they have been able therefore they have been able to produce 4 products. And all those products have caps, and already in their shelves, and the women already making good money. But now going to back to the individual. After sampling the 600 and selecting 320, we realized that now we're able to, among them, there was 70% was macro, 20 was small, and then 10 was medium. And then the idea of doing the baseline survey, we really did not want to give the women what thought works for them. But we wanted to find out what the real women want, and therefore this became a reference point for tracking the individual women businesses. That is to measure the degree of quality of change during the activity, their implementation activities. And so the baseline survey helped us to design the incubation product and the services that we have offered to the women as they were training. And the specific objective of this baseline survey, I just mentioned it was able to help us know what are the challenges and come up with the intervention. And yes, I'll just move really fast now. So we incubated the women, the 321, and out of we were able to collect data, and that was the objective for the evaluation. We have the formative evaluation, and we have also done the summative, and then from there we are able now to come up. Now this is the methodology we used for us to be able to get that data or to get the findings. And those are the type of businesses that women were different type of businesses. We were not specific to the business. Some were in hairdressing, poultry, computer, name it, dry cleaner, baking, and all that. And they were located in those number of counties. This information is on the website. You can get that information. And then what we found is that capacity building, the percentage of women, in terms of capacity building, women who positively said their life had been transformed through our interventions, they actually moved to 75% from 37%. Access to credits, we had women who were started borrowing loans who could not borrow before. Much as we know, what makes women not borrow loans is lack of character, lack of knowledge, fear of defaulting or high interest. Women were able to overcome these challenges, and we had so many women taking money. We had now information technology. A lot of women started now, a highest proportion of women started using their mobile phone, the till, the POS, and we can see the percentage from 69 at the baseline and going all the way to 80 in the summative evaluation. They're using ATL and all that. And then mentorship, you can see people didn't have mentors. They had mentors initially. And I just want to just talk through them. And basically we had a lot of good things happen in mentorship. There it is. And exactly. So we're tracking those indicators, and we're able to get very good results. I'll just go straight to just the concluding, and I'll say that I will not do anything else. I say that I won't even look at based on the findings, it is concluded that women businesses, when interventions, had a positive and favorable impact on the women, and it didn't a miracle to most of the women. And to do I've got my panelists here. These beautiful ladies, I'll ask the ICT we can have their profile if they are ready, so that we introduce them. Our Beldinia, Beldine is one of our entrepreneurs. These are the beneficiaries of the project that I've been talking about, the findings. And I know they'll give their testimonies. They'll tell us how the journey has been. There's Brenda, second is Brenda, and then there is now that is Susan. So I ask them to introduce themselves, and then I'll ask them just to say their name and what they do, and then I'll ask them 3 questions, and then you'll conclude. Thank you.
And just to let you know, we'll have a time over here, so you'll pay attention all the time.
Hi everyone, my name is Beldine Kirito, CEO and founder Beldina's Delicacies. Beldina's Delicacies is a bakery that bakes uniquely delicious and artistically decorated cakes for all occasions. We also offer hands-on training on baking and cake decorations.
Thank you so much, Beldine. And now we go to Brenda.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brenda Gitau. I'm an entrepreneur. We say fuata nyuki, but as we fuata the nyuki, we give you the asali. We deal with honey.
Wow. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. Susan?
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Mugambi, founder and managing director of Vintage Dry Cleaners. I launder and dry clean clothes. So all of you are my potential customers. We are located at Embassy House along Parliament Road, opposite the Deputy President's office. So karibuni sana.
Thank you. Entrepreneurs, these are the entrepreneurs that have gone through the program. And I'd just like to tell the audience, and I'll start with Beldine. What learnings have stood out for you throughout the incubation program?
For me, actually, I really appreciated the program of the incubation program because out here, entrepreneurship, like hands-on skills, are not taught in schools. So when you come out here, you find that there are many challenges that you encounter, and some of these challenges, like access to new markets, basic accounting. Even if you have an accountant, as an entrepreneur, you need to really have some accounting skills, which we were taught in the program. Also, the human resource management, like myself, I have a team of 10 staff members. So you find you have issues with human resource, and as a medium or small business, you may not afford to hire a HR. So as a founder, you need to have such skills, and those are some of the skills that I really got from the program.
Thank you, Bill. Dean, let's hear from Brenda.
So for me, during the incubation, a lot of things changed in my life and as a honey seller. First, it's about branding. I learned something. Customers buy what their eyes see. So we rebranded how we package our honey, and from there, it has massive sales as we operate online. And I used to ask myself, will I stay at home as a woman? And I said no. So social media is my office. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Susan.
For me, it really impacted on me, the training, because for one, I don't think I would have even sat in front of you like this, because of fear, literally. But now I can sit and network. Technology also, computer-wise, as I was not very good at it, but now I'm trying. I can say I'm trying. There was also record keeping. I was a bit of old style. So these days I'm able to do my record keeping well. And more so financing. I was not, if I go to the banks, as women, sometimes you see like you would be given an year. But these days I have confidence. I've been able to get those letters from the bank so that when I do tendering, I'm able to have the letters, and I can, for sure, I've been able to move forward. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. That is really testimony from our entrepreneurs. And I know the second question I was asking them is just tying to the first one. In what ways are you doing your business now differently from the way you're doing before the incubation? Maybe Dean can tell us, how are you doing it differently? Has it helped you to do your style of this business? Yeah.
Yeah, so as I earlier said, I learned quite a number of accounting skills and human resource management. Yeah, like now I'm able to have my financial statement, projections. I have a very clear pitch deck. Even if I met with an investor right now and I'm told to pitch, I'll pitch very well. Yeah, I was able also to also know my competitor advantage. Like for me, I'm very good with social media marketing. I'm actually a content creator and an influencer marketing. So you find that I know my advantage over my competitors, and I leverage on that. Also coming up with the business Canva model that has helped me know at least the key areas in my business, where to improve, how to go about it. Yeah, so to just conclude, I'm now a better entrepreneur, and I'm not also coming from the level of being self-employed to entrepreneur. There is a difference. Self-employed, like you're full-time in your business. But once you have the right tools of delegation, you're able to become an entrepreneur. Like now I'm here, and we have a wedding cake on Saturday. It's being worked on, and it can even be delivered in my absence. Yeah, I am now an entrepreneur courtesy of the program.
Thank you, Berdine. That's amazing. Amazing. And you can all try our cakes. They're amazing, amazing. Okay, let's hear from Brenda.
For me, I didn't understand about value addition. But now when you come to Honeywell Paradise, you'll see the value addition. We introduced like 6 products out of the B-Works. That is tincture, propolis, soap, lotion, candles, and to say the truth, we are the best in the market. The other thing is about challenging yourself, coming out of your comfort zone. This incubation helped me on that. Like she said, I couldn't stand here, say what I do, or tell you we are the best. So I have now the courage to express myself. And I always say, I have a thing that I always say, jitangaze. So I jitangaza. Karibuni Honeywell.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brenda. Honey is outside there. Please pick a tin as you're going outside. Amazing natch. It smells very nice. Well, thank you, Susan. Let's hear about keeping us clean. We're all looking clean, ladies. Yes.
Okay. For me, I can say delegating duties was an issue for me. I was the managing director, the accountant,
Mike. Okay.
Hello? Sorry. I was saying delegating duties was an issue for me. I was the managing director, the accountant, the receptionist, the everything. But now, after learning, I was able to delegate duties. I can comfortably go anywhere and go look for businesses. And in the process, I even encourage other women to, come up, their businesses and do many things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now has the last question because of time. What recommendations would you make to improve the implementation of the project in future? The next cohorts that we're going to take in, what recommendation? What would you have wanted done differently? Start with Berdine.
Yeah, so of course the program it's so well equipped with all the skills, and I liked the structure. It's so well structured and the trainers are excellent. Probably for me, I would really wish as many women out here to get to learn about it. Yeah, so probably more publicity about the programs and more cohorts. Yeah, so because it's clearly every entrepreneur, every woman in business should be empowered, because most of us just sleep and wake up and start a business without the right tools on how to run and manage the business effectively. So it's my prayer that this program would be widely known in the country and every woman to get to pass through it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that wonderful recommendation, Brenda.
As Berdine has said, for me it will be on the online space, engaging more to the online small business owners to learn more about the women empowerment. Yes.
Thank you. Both ladies are talking. We need to reach out to more women. More women want to get more entrepreneurial knowledge and skills because they have been impacted. They know the value of the program. Then those are good recommendations. Susan?
Just as my other, hello? Just as my other co-hosts have said, I would like all of us to, and you to include more ladies. We keep going as women. Let us support one another so that we can be great and so that we can celebrate each other each and every day. Let's talk about our stories every day, and let's make an impact in the places of work. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And the last question will be about mentorship. What is it now that you've gone through the program, you've concluded, would you like a mentor to work with you, or what is it you'd like? That's very quick, and then we finish here. Berdine?
Yeah, for me, actually, I can say, let me give you your flowers. The flowers you deserve as Rose Marete. Yeah, so when I first met you through the program, you came out as this very loving, kind, and supportive lady. And for sure, I clung onto you. And for sure, for me, I've really benefited from the market access, from the business guidance, from the tips. Because Rose is one person, I'm stuck at the middle of the night, I'll call her and she will respond to my calls. So for me, I wouldn't ask for any other mentor other than you. Thank you so much, Rose.
With that, thank you, baby. Brenda?
It is true, Rose has stood with us. Even if we don't have a project to come and present ourselves, Rose is always there for us and asking us how we should go. And I want to thank also WeHub. It has really helped us. We have grown. We have seen changes. And I've met women who have really changed their lives. And thank you, WeHub, and thank you, Rose.
Thank you so much. And Susan, any mentor that you'd want to work with, and what else do you want to be done now, way forward?
I also want to echo their sentiments and sincerely appreciate University of Nairobi and TechnoServe and all our sponsors. This is now the second meeting we are coming to, and it has really impacted on us. So keep making us women shine, and let us all shine together. We really appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for the kind ones you told about the incubation, what you've learned, so where the incubation has been able to take care. And as mentioned, we have the women collectives. We they graduating the other day, we will be graduating the women collectives or women groups for the 15 counties. Women already who have done value addition. They have products that are kept and in the supermarkets, and women that all have been empowered by WeHub. And together our partners, TechnoServe was key in the individual end. And then we was working with other partners. Crown Trust has been one of our major partners in terms of capacity building. The director Daisy, we really want to appreciate you. The work we see today is also through Crown Trust. They'll be very, and we have Kilridi, we have Kenya Estate, we have got banks that we're working with. And I just conclude by saying that one of our biggest gap is how women can get money, access to finances, because if these women got money, and most of them want to expand, you'll actually be having the biggest industries in Kenya. The women want to do cottage industries in all the counties. Those who are in Meru, leaders, find out the women who are doing value addition on banana. They are making banana crisps, banana flour. They are doing fiber to do the sanitary towels. They are doing organic fertilizer from the banana, and amazing innovations you see there. If you go to Kisumu, they will have the small fish, the big fish. The Turkana is quite a distance. If you're close to them, assist them. And if you go to Kilifi and Kwale, they are doing cashew nuts, they are doing cassava, and out of the cassava, they are doing the cassava flour, the cakes. They're also doing the cashew nuts, they're doing the peanuts, cashew nuts, butter in other ones, they're doing the cashew nuts. So we've got women, and we want to ensure that all our women collectives have a cottage industry from all the counties, and they're the people to mentor other women, to influence. Kajiado, there's milk, there's cheese, there's yogurt, and we want the women in Kajiado to be empowered through the groups that we're working with. Thank you so much for this opportunity, for us to speak about University of Nairobi, we have business women incubation. Thank you so much. Asante.
Before you go, ladies, this I think might be for you to answer. So someone online, first of all, they have said it is encouraging to see what the ladies are doing as small-scale entrepreneurs. So clap for yourself a little bit. Yeah. And they do agree that policy framework is relevant and important. So I don't know if any of you can speak on this, but the question is, do you include sustainability and circularity? So circular economy, can anyone speak on it, or would you be able to speak on it?
Yes, we are very practical, very intentional about sustainability. We have is a program. Within the next few months, we are done and we have graduated the women. So what we are doing, we are working with the county leaders. For example, if you go to any county, we are trying to hold the county to hold the project and other partners. So that when we have the program is done, women already have the skill, they have the technology. All they need is somebody maybe to come and give a little resources or financial support for them to expand. And from the space they have, they're supposed to now to mentor other women within the county. So we are very intentional. So if you come from any of the county, the 17 county where we have this, we expect to identify the women and say you can support. We are also hoping that we will be able to take a second and third cohort, but sustainability is key. We don't want when we are done. This just training and we can't see the impact. Impact for us is real and sustainability, yes.
Fantastic. I have one question for all of you, just 10 seconds. With what you know now, what are you going to do differently?
With the knowledge I know now, yeah, so I'm going to, now be with the, especially the knowledge about pitch deck and pitching to investors. Yeah, actually, as Rose has mentioned, I'm in a position whereby looking at expansion by finances have been a challenge. So I'm going to use the pitch deck I have to get to approach different investors to be able to fund my dream. May it be debt financing. Actually, I'm looking for debt financing. So anyone here, if you have an investor here, I'm ready to pitch.
Awesome. Round of applause. See her at the back of the tent.
For me, actually what I learned, I'm giving to 2 women I'm working with. One is in the cloth line, and the other one is doing crepes. So I've told them their shop shouldn't look boring. So I encourage them on how to structure everything.
I love that. That's good. Passing it forward or backward as well.
For me, I'm growing because I'm getting more tenders. So I'm looking for financiers. That is one. Number 2, since I'm growing, I'm also trying to impact on girls and even there's the ladies at home, they have chamas and that kind of chamas that they want to do small businesses. And like yesterday, I was in my place in Meru, and we talked with some women, and they were happy with at least, you encourage them in what they are doing. Yes. And I'm happy for that. Okay. So let's continue shining, make an impact wherever you are.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
I love that. May you grow and glow. Can we give them a round of applause? I'll just invite you to stand at the front. We'll take a picture. You look at the cameraman. You can put your mics down. Thank you so much. Please come forward, just in front of the table. So I just want to let you guys know, when you're going for lunch, at some point you're going to go for lunch. And there are some businesses that are out there. There's Tisa, there's Azai, there's Honeywell Paradise, and there's Beldina Cakes. So please check them out. Support women-led businesses, right? We are women in the room, and to the males also support the women-led businesses. So they're sustainable, they're authentically made in Kenya. And so when you're buying from them, you're not just purchasing a product, you're investing in a Kenyan woman. You're fueling their businesses and strengthening their communities. Let's show them a look at who else is putting their hands in their up. Are we together? So this is a networking tactic. I'm going to ask a few questions. You put your hands, but don't look at me. You look who you can network with during lunch. So who's an entrepreneur? Don't look at me. Look who's in the room. Me, I'm looking. Okay? All right. Who's an NGO, either founded by themselves or working for an NGO? Okay? I'm looking for you. All right. Who is a political voice? Okay, I can be. Are you seeing political voices?
While Africa has the highest proportion of women entrepreneurs in the world, their enterprises face a myriad of challenges and have a lower survival rate compared to their male counterparts. Women-focused business incubation programs provide entrepreneurs support through mentorship, coaching, and linkage to finance and technology to accelerate business growth. Meet entrepreneurs Brenda and Beldin, who have undergone the incubation program by the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub in partnership with TechnoServe.
I am Beldin, the founder of Beldina's Delicacies and CEO. Yeah, so this business, we started in 2016, October. And I started very small, literally small, in my kitchen with very few equipment. And that's, I tell my story. It's possible to start small, go learning, increasing your skills, learn on the job, and grow as you progress. Before I started with TechnoServe, that was just before 2021.
Dance, put your hands up. Data. People who are data scientists, put your hand up. You need to pay attention. There was a statement that was said, please put your hand up, all those data leads. Why I say this, please keep your hand up. Dr. Susan said that generally, globally, we stand, but in our institutions, in our community, we are not. Why? Because we are not collecting data. Why? Because we are not documenting it. We are not branding. We are not sharing our stories. So pay attention to the ladies, the data leads, data scientists, data engineers. Those are the people you need to talk to, even if it's to learn simply how you can start collecting data in your own account, because that is what will also help you get investing and funding and opportunities. You need to be better at collecting data. That's the only way we can change the narrative as women. Yeah? All right, let's put our hands, warm up our hands together for Moses Okello of Jasiri Fund Manager Program Officer, who'll be moderating this session on my favorite topic, the impact of gender lens investing on women in Kenya. And so I'd like to invite the testimonies will come from Jasiri Fund Women Entrepreneurs. Mayselin Athiambo, if you can come on stage. Pamela Wasike, sorry. Hilda Oside, Daisy Electronics Enterprises. And Mayselin's business is called Masimaya Creations. Can we give them a round of applause as they settle in on stage? We'll invite you to sit more in the center. Yes. Yes. Is that it? Is there anyone else? Okay. Okay. Fantastic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Moses Okello. I work for Center for Rights, Education and Awareness, CRU Kenya. I am a proud male ally and excited to be here today, together with other allies that I see in the room. And as was mentioned by Peter in the morning, truly we are proud to support the cause of women's economic empowerment. So this is a journey that we've taken, and we're still here to support. And briefly, why women's economic empowerment at CRU? And the reason why we see the stories or we see our successful entrepreneurs here is just to demonstrate the resilience and the work that we've all put through to ensure that women are successful and they have what we call autonomy. They can make independent decisions. They are financially independent and stable. At CRU, we scanned the market ecosystem, the financial landscape, and discovered that the available financial opportunities for women are not gender responsive or are less gender responsive. So the ones that are responsible for making decisions around designing these products assume that women's experiences, needs, and even expectations in that space are the same as their male counterparts. And as such, we decided to do something around it, to advocate for a transformation in that financial landscape or ecosystem, to be able to address the existing systemic gendered barriers, or what we call in this sector socioeconomic barriers that hinder women from fully participating in sustainable entrepreneurships. So, looking at the products that we have out there in terms of loans, none of you will confirm that they are so affordable for women to access, invest, and be able to thrive. Interest rates are so high. The terms that are there for repayment are not favorable for access. One might even be required to organize themselves in groups. And if one is far away, 1 kilometer away from the rest, it means you are now excluded, and therefore you can't access that opportunity. That aside, if one is required to present an asset, a logbook, or an item like that as a security or collateral, tell me where this person will get this from and present to be able to access the limited opportunities that we have in the Kenyan financial ecosystem. That aside, let us look at now that survivor of gender-based violence. The one that in that group where they are organized in and is going for the available opportunity out there, but the financial service provider asks her or group members to act as a guarantor or guarantor to this lady. The women in that group, fearing that this lady is at risk. We are not talking about the bank itself or the financial service provider. So I want us to look at the nature of gender inequalities that we must address and get everyone on the table to be able to make decisions on matters that affect them most, to be able to access opportunities to invest and to grow. As such, again, I would talk briefly about the unpaid care and domestic work. This is a factor that we've seen limiting women from fully putting their effort on income-generating opportunities for them to thrive, like their male counterparts. Women must be freed time. And to be freed time, it means that you are given more opportunity to be able to do work, and a dignified and fulfilling one. Let us scan the entrepreneurship or the workforce or work development landscape. Can we conclude right now that women operate in business environments that are safe, that are secure, and more enabling for them to thrive? If there is any of us that can confirm that, you can raise your hand. But it's a challenge that we have, and this is something that we've experienced. That's why in most organizations, we have the element around even safeguarding. We have issues around gender equality, inclusivity. We discuss all this. And as a proud male ally, I've always tried to be empathetic, a keen listener, supportive, one that advances the cause of women, like I said. So having said that, let us take a look at the program that we have, the Jasiri Fund program. Our director mentioned this in the morning, but the program came back was conceptualized, or it was launched in the year 2020, and we were looking at addressing the issues that I've just mentioned in Kenya, and we were looking at 1,000 women in 10 counties. And this we were not doing in isolation or as crew alone, recognizing the strength and power of partnerships and collaboration. So we're working closely with CCGD Kenya and GROOTS. So the program was looking at more of what was presented by early presenters, the incubation kind of approach, where we were looking at enterprise development support through enterprise development training, through access to business grants for businesses that were 1 year and below, looking at access to credit at a single digit, very affordable. You will see the impact in the next few minutes. We were looking at providing BDS, business development support services, to handhold or mentor these women, support them so that they are aware of whatever is required for them to operate in the financial or business environment. We were also looking at other factors that were limiting women from accessing these opportunities, like gender-based violence, and how to address them, like through psychosocial support, community programs like sensitization, holding radio dialogues, providing shelter opportunities for women to seek those or to get to those safe houses before we reintegrate them back in the community. We are looking at issues around pro bono legal services, women to get to know their rights, claim them, and of course, for them to get justice. So all that was done in this program. So we are proud to mention that phase 2 was unlocked, and now we are looking at 26,000 women from 1,000. And this is happening in Kenya, and in partnership still with CCGD and GROOTS Kenya. And it's open, so after this, of course, we can see how to get more women on board so that we support as many as possible, because that is what we are here to do, all of us. The cause that we are advancing here is women's economic resilience and recovery. And finally, we have successes in this, and I will not talk about them. Sometimes it's important that you listen or you hear them from those that were direct participants of this program. So thank you so much. I will introduce my panelists. So the first one, on my left is Hilda Oside. She's an entrepreneur. She's walked the journey, and here she is today. The next one is Pamela Wasike. So Hilda is running an electronics shop. The next one is Pamela. Pamela Wasike is having clothes collections. That's the business that she does. And the last one is Marceline Diambo. So Marceline is, again, an entrepreneur that has been or has walked this journey. And she operates a foods business and also a hairdressing business. So having said that, so I will jump straight to the question so that we get to know how impactful the program was from the women. Okay, to begin with, the first entrepreneur here is Hilda Oside.
Yes.
Yeah, so the question to you would be, could you share your experience with gender-based violence during COVID-19 pandemic and how this affected your economic and personal well-being.
Okay, thank you. Hilda. Okay, in 2020, I experienced gender-based violence, of which I'm in a state that I can talk about it. Okay, I was actually raped, and at that time, it was all about the infection. So you can imagine you're raped, and you can't even access any hospital because they were all closed, and no one, you cannot tell anyone because we were supposed at that time to be indoors and stay away like 1 meter away from anyone. So at that time, I was this angry, bitter woman. I didn't know what to do. So I'm there. I have to take care of some things because I was living alone at that time. I have to take care of some things. I have a child, and the child is looking up to me. She's not going to school, and no mask, no sanitizer. You have to do this. Those are the challenges that I was going through at that time. And still, I wasn't mentally stable. You can imagine you've been raped, you haven't gone to hospital, you haven't accessed anything, and you don't know even if you have been infected with either HIV or STDs, or even pregnant. So I was this bitter, I was angry, I didn't know what to do. And those were the challenges I was going through at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hilda, for sharing a little bit of what you went through. Glad right now the support you've received. At least now you can stand before people and share your experience. And that's encouraging. So that's part of what we do. So the next one will be to Marceline Adhiambo. So Marceline, can you describe your experience with the Jasiri Fund, how it has impacted your business or financial situation, but you could also mention how you got to know about CRU.
Okay, I'm Marceline Akinya Adhiambo. Mimi ni mama. I'm a survivor, I'm a champion, I'm a mother of two, I'm a businesswoman. CRU wamefanya nikakuwa survivor kulingana na violence yenye nilikuwa napitia mbele ya watoto. Leo naweza simama hapa niseme I'm a champion kwa maana niko na choice. Niko na pesa yangu, watoto wangu wanaenda shule bila mimi kuomba mtu. Na nimekaa hapa, nimesimama juu ya CRU. CRU pamoja na Jasiri Fund. Wakati wa COVID, first walinitumia 7,000. Hiyo ndio pesa ya kulipa nyumba. Nikaanza biashara ya mboga. Napiga picha hivi. Saa ile mtu haezi kuja kununua, mtu anakuuliza how much, unauza kutoka wapi? Niko mali fulani, mtu anakuambia can you deliver? Namwambia yes. Nikaanza kupeleka mboga Kileleshwa. Nilipata market kutoka hapo. Nikaget tena grant kutoka kwa Jasiri.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. It's encouraging indeed. Now we'll move to the third entrepreneur. That is Pamela Wasike. Pamela, we would love to know about your experience with the financial service providers or banks before the program so that we also get to understand some of the barriers or some of the factors that have been limiting women from accessing the available opportunities. So the question to you would be, from your experience, what can financial institutions and the government do to support women entrepreneurs, especially GBV survivors? Yes, but before that, if you've ever experienced any challenge accessing opportunities, then what, based on your experience, can the government do and the financial service providers to ensure the financial services are available for women like you?
Okay, thank you, Moses. For me, as you can see me, I'm happy today because of CRU. And as the question is directed to me, I think as a government, it should be able to build so many centers in each and every area, so that at least each and every person who is violated can be able to access the justice centers. And the moment you access the justice centers, you are able to be enlightened, you are able to be counseled. You know, as a woman, you cannot start doing this business without being taught. You can't just wake up today and you start selling clothes like now the way I'm selling. You can't just start in the morning that you want to go to Marikiti, then you can't start selling. But me personally, CRU really educated me. It counseled me, it empowered me, it enlightened me. But now, personally, I think as a government, after constructing those centers, whoever that is being violated can be able to go to those centers, not necessarily kwa chief at wapi, but those justice centers. When you go there, you'll be able to be given direction. Second, they can be able also as a government to be able to create these, talk to these ladies and be able to form this, to enable these ladies to form chamas, group chamas, so that you can be able to join. Still, you are going to be enlightened there. After being enlightened, you'll be able to access loans. Like now with the CRU, the word Jasiri that you've heard from CRU, like the way my fellow said, Jasiri, it's a group that was formed under CRU. It enabled me, they taught us, and they really went ahead to negotiate with banks for us to be able to access these loans, big loans, small loans, the one that you want, according to your capability of paying this loan. And now, you know, personally like me, I can't just go, that time I was violated. I could not just stand up today and go to banks and ask that, give me a loan. They could not listen to me. But now, through CRU, I'm now able to access even a meter, $1 million to operate my business. Yes. And to add on that, you know, when you form these groups as government, when they enable these centers also to teach these women will be able to access, like the way my fellow said, akapewa 7,000 akaanzia hapo. From there, you're going to grow. But without this government holding women, without government holding us hands, you cannot go anywhere. But now for me, I'm shining because of CRU holding me, taking me to Kenya Women Finance Trust. I'm accessing funds. I'm doing my business in a high rise. I sell clothes. When you come in my shop, you need variety of things, clothes, you can access to any that you want. And just that is because of CRU, and that's because of that Jasiri. But now as government, let it be able to be on the lookout. Also, as government, let it be able to involve women in the accountability, so that at least whenever there's a meeting or anything that is concerning, let them not only be looking on men. Even as women, we have voice. We can do something. We can be accountable. When you are asked right now, me, I speak with this voice because of the CRU. Now, government can be able to come out and make all of us women to stand up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. I will go back to our second discussant, that is Marceline. Marceline, during the period that you've been as an aspiring entrepreneur, looking for opportunities to be able to access, talking about finance. Could you share with us some of the challenges that probably you went through, and how Jasiri was able to help you overcome some of those challenges?
Okay. Challenge yenye nilikuwa nayo, sisi kama wamama tulianza kitu kama chama. Unafika pale kwa chama, kwa vile wewe uko na changamoto huku na huku. Chama before uchukue loan, lazima watu 5 ama 3 wa sign. Hakuna mwenye anaweza sign kwa maana uko na shida. Lakini leo nikisimama hapa, hata mtu asipo sign na nitapata loan juu ya Jasiri. Second to that, challenge nilikuwa naona before nipate Jasiri, nilikuwa na pesa kidogo, hiyo yenye nilianza na biashara hiyo 7,000. Unapata shida ziko mingi, watoto wanataka waende shule, unataka ulipe school fee, unataka kulipa rent, mtu amekuja kutafuta omena kama umeleta ama mboga, hauna hiyo mboga. Hiyo ni challenge yenye nilikuwa naona, kwa maana pesa ilikuwa kidogo. Uwezi ukagawa huku, ugawe huku. Sasa hizo ndio challenge yenye nilikuwa na face. But tangu Jasiri ikuje, nimesimama kama mama na biashara yangu inafanya vizuri na watoto wangu wanaenda shule.
Asante sana. Back to you, Hilda. Apart from the financial support you received from CRU, the trainings that you received on enterprise development, counseling and mentorship. So how have these services shaped your entrepreneurial journey and personal resilience?
Okay, apart from the support I got from CRU, I went for a training. At that training, I got skills. Na hizi skills zinisaidia in communication kwa biashara yangu. There was a time nilikuwa nimefungua biashara, flood ikakam. So when flood ilikam, I was confused and I was saying, sasa nitafanya nini? And I have to have a mitigation plan. So kutokana na skills zenye nilikuwa nimelearn na CRU, zilinisaidia kukuwa na mitigation plan. Nika relocate from that place. And after relocating, I changed adversity into opportunity. And nikasema, this itakuwa downfall yangu tena. I want to go back where I was. I don't want to be that angry lady. I don't want to be that bitter lady again. Uko nishatoka. So I stood and I said, Daisy Electronics Enterprise lazima itasimama. So I relocated and I started. And Moses, tulikuwa tumefundishwa about record keeping and all stuff, so I had all my records. Nilikuwa nimeweka vitu zangu intact. So when I relocated, thanks to God, the business is even bigger than before. Yeah.
Wonderful. So going to the last discussant, that is Pamela Wasike. And that should be the last. Pamela, could you briefly explain to us how has financial independence and the entrepreneurship journey that you've taken with CRU through Jasiri changed your life, and what are your future aspirations, and what would you tell other women out there?
Thank you, Moses. Personally, I remember the group that has left here. There's a lady who said that she was so fearful. She could not sit before people like this and speak. Now, CRU has really made me to be bold. As I speak like this, I don't fear anyone. You can as well come and talk to me, ask me anything about my business. I'll not even fear. But that time, I was fearful. But after education from CRU, right now I can speak as a woman now. I have a voice as a woman. I can do my business well. Crew has really empowered me. I can do my business without fear. I can talk to people without worrying too much worries. I can as well educate. I've educated my kids. My firstborn has graduated last year. Now I'm so grateful because of this crew. And also, I'm a competent entrepreneur in the market. I don't fear anything that comes, whether it comes to beat me or what. I can still stand firm and the way I am. Yeah, I'm happy today. I'm shining the way you are looking at me. I'm shining. I'm so happy, and I'm proud. I'm proud to be a woman. Thank you so much, crew. Thank you so much, Moses, for whatever that you are doing for us. I'm happy, and I look forward for more to grow my business. And even next Women Empowerment Forum, Economic Empowerment Forum, I look forward to come and empower myself, sisters. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. So that will be the end of this presentation, and we are going to hand it over.
Can we give them a round of applause? We celebrate you. May you grow and glow. The first group didn't get it, but I've seen you understand my language. May you continue growing and may you glow as a result.
Thank you.
Please, I invite you to just come here. We take a picture. And just to let you know, lunchtime is almost ready. Yeah? Has everyone received a meal voucher, a meal card that looks like this? No? Okay, so if you haven't received, I will urge you to just go by where we registered to make sure you receive.
Ninatoka Unilever Chagai Factory. Ninafanya course ya electrical. Kwanza skills at least naweza fanya mwenyewe. Nikitumia tester nitajua kama hiyo pasi iko na moto ama
emphasize that we have called for a forensic audit of public debt that covers very long term and that would give us the true picture of how debt has been acquired, how it has been utilized, and how moving forward we must ensure that public debt benefits the people.
Tasked by TISA to hold public barazas in our community.
Our market is an open air market. I started going there with my kid when he was 4 months old. While counting the fish, I just realized that the baby is not there. As a mother, you just feel it that my kid is not around. I decided to leave and go for my baby. He was under the truck. Coming back, my employer told me, I'm not going to pay you. The customer has refused. He doesn't want you to do the recounting, so I'm going to get another person to do your work, so you can just live with your baby, since you see that your baby is more important than the business. Imagine walking, you're hungry with a baby, you've lost your job. Nobody at the market could employ you with your baby because your mind is just on your baby. It's not on his or her business.
Habari ya wamama?
Nzuri sana.
Kwa jina naitwa Mary Mbithi kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi, na tunashirikiana na CCGD kwa kuendelesha ile Child Care Center ambayo wengi wenu mnaleta watoto huko. Together with partners, we've started a child care which we are testing in Busia County. We are looking at if women are able to access childcare, which is affordable and of high quality, you know, how does that impact on their businesses?
I like chapati. I used to go at the market at 8:30 a.m., 9 a.m. You find that everybody has already sold the commodities. But when the daycare came, I started going at the market early because my husband used to take my kid at the daycare early in the morning. So going early at the market started giving me a morale of working as a fishmonger, as a fish exporter, because you do the catch-up of the customers because they normally come at the market early. When I started the business, I had a capital of 15,000 Kenyan shillings. I moved on to 50. I moved to 100. At this moment, I'm at 320,000 Kenyan shillings that I'm working over it. I started working by myself. I used to be the employer and the employee at the same time. But right now, I've employed 3 people, 1 young man, 2 aged mother, and a youth lady.
My biggest hope is that women can be able to access a childcare facility which is of high quality and which is accessible, meaning it's affordable to them, because that gives them opportunity to engage in business opportunity. Somebody like Veronica has been able to expand their business, to grow their business, and even to export to DRC. So there are opportunities, and women all over Kenya, if they can be able to access childcare facilities which are of high quality, that is good for themselves as women, for the family, for the county, and also for the economy of Kenya.
that Crown Trust is highlighting the works of its networks, that is, Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi from Kisumu, Sauti ya Wanawake Pwani from the coastal region, Mwaro Network from Embu, Association of Media Women in Kenya, and Association of Physically Disabled People, both from Nairobi, and Pokot Turkana and Marakwet from West Pokot. By addressing deep-rooted social, economic, and political challenges, WVL is shaping a future where women are not only heard, but lead the charge for change. It's a bold movement, igniting lasting impact in the fight for and advancing their concerns in the society. These initiatives have enabled mothers who have children with disabilities to come out and share their concerns, challenges, and how to improve their livelihoods in the community they live in. WVL through Crown Trust has assisted them to facilitate such meetings. The initiative has also assisted them prepare the potential of individuals with disabilities, breaking down stereotypes and promoting a more inclusive community where everyone has the opportunity to thrive.
The future of APWD is great, I can say, because we as Association of Professional Women with Disabilities have different kind of skills that we bring on the table to be able to engage other persons with disabilities and to make them feel that persons with disabilities are not just beggars on the streets. They can also have a living, they can go to school, they can have an education, they can have skills, they can have businesses, and therefore the future of APWD is to see an amplified voice, a bigger voice of women with disabilities, girls with disabilities in the leadership spaces, in the business spaces, in the political spaces, being CEOs of organizations, being appointed even as permanent secretaries or cabinet secretaries because of the capacity that we'll have built within the women fraternity, even to prepare them for work, employment, leadership, and everything. So that's the goal of our organization, to give them the confidence, to give them the skills, to make them understand the rights of persons with disabilities, so that even when they get to those positions, they are able to talk about those rights from an informed
In Mombasa, we meet Sauti ya Wanawake wa Pwani, an organization that was established in 1998 with its primary focus being empowering women in leadership, microfinance, and civic education. Sauti, as they are known in the coastal region, has made big strides in advancing these causes. Today, Sauti ya Wanawake boasts 47 chapters focusing on defending women and girls' rights, sexual and reproductive health, and justice for survivors of abuse.
The program gave women an opportunity to engage with the county government, specifically the officers who are in charge of Department of Gender, Youth and Sports. So the women were able to have a sitting with the chief officer, with the gender officer and the director who are working under that under Department of Gender, because of issues of gender programming, issues of economic empowerment, because in the program we had indicated an aspect of economic empowerment to the women. And then also the women were able to have a sitting with the police, the National Police Service, specifically Police Gender Desk, the judiciary, from the magistrate, the Office of the Deputy Public Prosecution, and have a sitting with them even in court, so that then women could share and see how they can improve their network and collaboration in the work that they were doing.
WVL, through Crown Trust, has assisted them to facilitate such meetings. The initiative has also assisted them prepare their strategic plans and other documentation that will assist them attract more donors. The establishment of groups like Sauti ya Wanawake has significantly empowered women by promoting leadership, financial independence, and advocacy for women's rights.
Naweza kusema huu mradi umesaidia sana, haswa masuala ya referral pathways na systems, ambazo sana sana hizo ndo huwa ni major concerns katika tukifuatilia kesi. Utapata labda mwathiriwa amebakwa ama amelawitiwa, lakini katika zile referral pathways ziko slow na scattered, na sana sana hata zile systems zetu ambazo tunadeal nazo, either madaktari, ODPP, koti na polisi, sana sana pia huwa kuna changamoto. Kwa hivyo huu mradi umetusaidia kuwaleta kufanya vikao na ODPP na pia polisi, pia nao wakatueleza changamoto wanazozipitia na kutuambia je, ni nini haswa inatufanya kesi zetu kwa zinakaa muda mrefu.
Na nafikiri ofisi ambayo nilifika nilipata ule mwamko mpya baada ya kuwa nimeenda Tononoka ambapo dada yuko hapo. Nilipata ule mwamko mpya kuwa kumbe ninaweza kuelimisha wanawake kijijini, na kumbe kuna sauti ya mama kufanya nini, kuongea na akasikika. Na baada ya hapo sasa ile nilienda nikaichukua impact, nikaona ni impact kubwa sana, na nikaenda katika kijiji changu na nikaeneza kumbe kuna mama sauti, na mama sauti anatetea haki ya mama, anatetea haki ya mtoto. Kumbe mama sauti anasaidia, kumbe mama sauti anamtoa mtu ambaye yuko gizani. Kumbe mama sauti ni mtu ambaye yani ni sauti ambayo inasikika, hali ya kuwa hata serikali nzima Kenya yetu inajua kuna mama sauti.
But this is not without its challenge and setback.
Kuna wale witnesses sana sana wana withdraw withdraw katika cases, and then pia kitu kingine kwa kesi sometimes zinakuja wakati imeisha masaa yale 72, sasa ushahidi hakuna. Alafu pia hiyo long process katika koti. Nyingine pia ni ule umaskini, mtu anaangalia ule uchochole kuwa mimi kitambo nitoke Mwakirunge paka kotini Shanzu, then hiyo process ya yote kwenda na kurudi anaona afadhali tu niachilie. Alafu kitu kingine pia naweza kusema kuna ile mila na tamaduni kuwa hii labda kuna hizi cases za incest, ni jamii ama ni mjomba ndo amefanya kitendo kile, sasa familia wanaona ni aibu, kwa hivyo wanemalizia pale hizo kangaroo courts. Alafu kitu kingine pia kuna kuwa corruption katika hizi system zetu. Utapata kuwa kesi labda iliripotiwa, polisi amepewa kitu kidogo, amechukua file ameekelea mahali kidogo ili mhangaike moja mbili, so inakuwa kitambo msukume paka ile file itoke, then inakuwa ni changamoto pia nyingine.
This shift not only advances gender equality, but also strengthens the social fabric by fostering justice, protection, and empowerment in communities, driving societal progress. cut and participate in leadership at the county level so that they can directly influence policy changes at the county level. But this is not without its challenge and setback.
We still work in a very patriarchal society, so we still have men not supporting the women leadership, and we also have women who are still think that no, leadership is a preserve of the men. But we are coming out very strongly and forming very strong grassroots associations of women, because looking on where we work in the rural areas. So coming from the grassroots is very important. So what we are doing currently, we are sensitizing the women on the importance of women leadership, where we want women to sit around democratic spaces, where I want women to sit around decision-making tables right from the villages. So these women are coming up in very strong cohorts, and we are building a critical mass of women to first of all stand out for women leadership, and then rally the other people like men as allies to come together to support the leadership of women.
Working at Amwick through WPL, I had to learn how to work with other people. I had to learn how to, and I also had to learn how, I'm still learning how to build my work ethic, if I could say that. Something I'm struggling with, but Trust, the women have upgraded from traditional beehives to modern ones, producing higher quality honey and increasing their yields. This shift has not only boosted their incomes but also established a sustainable and eco-friendly business model, allowing them to take control of their livelihoods and contribute to their community's economic growth. WVL, through Crown Trust, has assisted them to find land to facilitate their beekeeping. It has also assisted them prepare their organization's documents and strategic learn more about the Women's Voice and Leadership Project and how you can support. Visit www.wvlkenya.org. that Crown Trust is highlighting the works of its networks, that is, Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi from Kisumu, Sauti ya Wanawake Pwani from the Coastal Region, Mwaro Network from Embu, and advancing their concerns in the society. These initiatives have enabled mothers who have children with disabilities to come out and share their concerns, challenges, and how to improve their livelihoods in the community they live in. WVL through Crown Trust has assisted them to facilitate such meetings. The initiative has also assisted them prepare In Mombasa, we meet Sauti ya Wanawake wa Pwani, an organization that was established in 1998 with its primary focus being empowering women in leadership, microfinance, and civic education. Sauti, as they are known in the coastal region, has made big strides in advancing these causes. Today, Sauti ya Wanawake boasts 47 chapters focusing on defending women and girls' rights, sexual and reproductive health, and justice for survivors of abuse.
The program gave women an opportunity to engage with the county government, specifically the officers who are in charge of Department of Gender, Youth and Sports. So the women were able to have a sitting with the chief officer, with the gender officer and the director who are working under that under Department of Gender because of issues of gender programming, issues of economic empowerment, because in the program we had indicated an aspect of economic empowerment to the women. And then also the women were able to have a sitting with the police, the National Police Service, specifically Police Gender Desk, the judiciary, from the magistrate, the Office of the Deputy Public Prosecution, and have a sitting with them even in court so that then women could share and see how they can improve their network and collaboration in the work that they were doing.
WVL through Crown Trust has assisted them to facilitate such meetings. The initiative has also assisted them prepare their strategic plans and other documentation that will assist them attract more donors. The establishment of groups like Sauti ya Wanawake has significantly empowered women by promoting leadership, financial independence, and advocacy for women's rights.
Naweza kusema huu mradi umesaidia sana haswa masuala ya referral pathways na systems ambazo sana sana hizo ndo huwa ni major concerns katika tukifuatilia kesi. Utapata labda mwathiriwa amebakwa ama amelawitiwa, lakini katika zile referral pathways ziko slow na scattered, na sana sana hata zile systems zetu ambazo tunadeal nazo either madaktari, ODPP, koti na polisi, sana sana pia huwa kuna changamoto. Kwa hivyo huu mradi umetusaidia kuwaleta kufanya vikao na ODPP na pia polisi pia nao wakatueleza changamoto wanazozipitia na kutuambia je ni nini haswa inatufanya kesi zetu kwa zinakaa muda mrefu.
Na nafikiri ofisi ambayo nilifika nilipata ule mwamko mpya baada ya kuwa nimeenda Tononoka ambapo dada yuko hapo. Nilipata ule mwamko mpya kuwa kumbe ninaweza kuelimisha wanawake kijijini, na kumbe kuna sauti ya mama kufanya nini, kuongea na akasikika. Na baada ya hapo sasa ile nilienda nikaichukua impact, nikaona ni impact kubwa sana, na nikaenda katika kijiji changu na nikaeneza kumbe kuna mama sauti, na mama sauti anatetea haki ya mama, anatetea haki ya mtoto. Kumbe mama sauti anasaidia, kumbe mama sauti anamtoa mtu ambaye yuko gizani. Kumbe mama sauti ni mtu ambaye yani ni sauti ambayo inasikika, hali ya kuwa hata serikali nzima Kenya yetu inajua kuna mama sauti.
But this is not without its challenge and setback.
Kuna wale witnesses sana sana wana withdraw withdraw katika cases, and then pia kitu kingine kwa kesi sometimes zinakuja wakati imeisha masaa yale 72. Sasa ushahidi hakuna. Alafu pia hiyo long process katika koti. Nyingine pia ni ule umaskini. Mtu anaangalia ule uchochole kuwa mimi kitambo nitoke Mwakirunge paka kotini Shanzu, then hiyo process ya yote kwenda na kurudi anaona afadhali tu niachilie. Alafu kitu kingine pia naweza kusema kuna ile mila na tamaduni kuwa hii labda kuna hizi cases za incest ni jamii ama ni mjomba ndo amefanya kitendo kile. Sasa familia wanaona ni aibu, kwa hivyo wanemalizia pale hizo kangaroo courts. Alafu kitu kingine pia kuna kuwa corruption katika hizi system zetu. Utapata kuwa kesi labda iliripotiwa, polisi amepewa kitu kidogo, amechukua file ameekelea mahali kidogo ili mhangaike moja mbili. So inakuwa kitambo msukume paka ile file itoke, then inakuwa ni changamoto pia nyingine.
This shift not only advances gender equality, but also strengthens the social fabric by fostering justice, protection, and empowerment in communities, driving societal progress. Kisumu, the Palawama Women's Network, which stands for Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi, is at the forefront of change. The organization has a footprint in the whole Western and Nyanza regions and has been in existence since 2006, focusing on women's rights, economic empowerment, and participation in democratic processes. Palawama brings together 15 women groups in Western and Nyanza provinces, whose membership comprises of the individuals.
Working at Amwick through the WPL, I had to learn how to work with other people. I had to learn how to Yeah, and I also had to learn how, I'm still learning how to build my work ethic, if I could say that. Something I'm struggling.
Crown Trust, the women have upgraded from traditional beehives to modern ones, producing higher quality honey and increasing their yields. This shift has not only boosted their incomes but also established a sustainable and eco-friendly business model, allowing them to take control of their livelihoods and contribute to their community's economic growth. WVL, through Crown Trust, has assisted them to find land to facilitate their beekeeping. It has also assisted them prepare their organization's documents and strategic plans. advancing their concerns in the society. These initiatives have enabled mothers who have children with disabilities to come out and share their concerns, challenges, and how to improve their livelihoods in the community they live in. WVL through Crown Trust has assisted them to facilitate such meetings. The initiative has also assisted them prepare their organization's documents and strategic plans.
My name is Sarah Modoni Kamau, and I'm the chair of the Association of Professional Women with Disabilities. The organization has undertaken a lot of training or awareness raising to mothers of children with disabilities, and also to those children who have been able to come. They have had opportunity to engage with us and listen to what we are talking about, and have that kind of support from attending our meetings. So we have had trainings. We also have been participating with Crown in
Yeah, my name is Angela Wawero, and of course I'm the chair for Crown, and so that's the capacity of why I'm here. But I run an organization called Sister Speaks Global, and we have an event on Saturday, and we're celebrating change makers. So we're going to give you guys a special offer. It's going to be a day to ignite your passion, ignite if you want to do something in your community. This is how the session is being run. We have someone called Frida Owinga, who has an organization called Passion Profit. She works with entrepreneurs to help them with your business and be able to turn your profit into something that can also be something that, as well as you changing the community, it's also changing your pocket. We'll also have, does everyone know Melvin's Tea? Yeah? So Flora Mutahi will be one of the speakers as well. And then we'll have a panelist discussions with different change maker in different capacity. Pinky Galani, who does events around women. We have Njeri Migwi. People know who Njeri Migwi? And Femicide, who attended the walk. Yeah, so she'll be there. We'll have someone called Wangare Mambo, who's an agripreneur here. Who's in agriculture? Agripreneurs, yeah, any? So she is also helping farmers, and she has an opportunity where people can get skilled. And we'll have Teresa Njoroge. Anyone ever heard of Teresa Njoroge? Clean Start Africa? Yeah, so she's helping incarcerated women. If you don't know her story, she was wrongly incarcerated for a year. And then she was acquitted. And as a result, she's now helping other people who have the wrong side of the law or are trying to get back outside of justice. And we also have Dr. Elizabeth Wamicha, who's in the space of STEM. So it's an opportunity to come and learn from these people and come and network with other like-minded people. So if you scan the QR code, it will take you to a private link where you can be able to purchase a ticket at 3,000. I'll share it again at the end, but I thought I present that as we begin the second half of the day. Yes, so with all protocols observed, I want to acknowledge who is in the room. Are you ready? So a slight change in the program. I want to acknowledge all esteemed guests as well as yourself. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. Yes, learned something new. By the way, what was the homework I gave you? Who has a warm contact? Who has a warm contact? Who remembers what a warm contact? I see 2 hands, 3, okay, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, this area, you're not warming yourselves. Okay, 1 there. So a warm contact, for those who don't know what I said earlier, just make sure that you are connecting with the women next to you. A quick one, put your hand up if you're in the space of agriculture. Don't look at me, look at who's in the room so you know who to connect. If you're in fishing business, for instance, okay, that was a good question to ask. All right, if you're in fashion, beauty, skincare, media, marketing, branding, people put your hand up. Are you seeing the people you can go to if you need to story tell your business? All right, I'll ask more questions. So without further ado, I want to acknowledge that Honorable Susan Mangeni, PS of MSME, State of Department of MSME Development is here. So we'll give her a round of applause. We're going to invite her first on stage just to share some remarks. Please, Honorable Susan, welcome on stage. Yes. Can we support her with lunch eating arms?
Thank you. Yeah, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Muko salama? Lunch ilikuwa vipi? Ilikuwa sawa? Good. You see, when women say lunch ilikuwa sawa, indeed ilikuwa sawa. So, I want to begin my remarks, and you will bear with me. First of all, thank you for inviting me. You invited me last year, but I couldn't make it. So today, I said I must come. Because it will not be good. We must support women's agenda, and we must work with you. But now on a sad note, it's really sad, because as I was walking in, so I get a call from a friend who tells me, a friend who is a woman who has been in distress is no more. This friend is disabled, and it's even more painful when I look on my phone and I see we had some conversation, and I had promised to do something. And I thought I will do something today, because yesterday was just packed up, you know. And it's really sad. So when I was planning to do something today after work, see even if I can meet her, and then I'm told, you see, she's no more. So it is bad, and especially when she, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but probably she had shared with some people. So those are the challenges that women go through. But because we are made to be strong, so we die with our problems. We don't speak them up. So we must always make time. We must make women agenda become part and parcel of you, isn't it? Yes. We must make it. Yeah, so I was just telling this friend who called and said that there were signs all over, but some of the things, of course, she was asking me to do, some are beyond my space, especially if it's domestic issues that are beyond my, isn't it? I say, please, can you tell so-and-so to behave? I say, I'm limited in how much I can talk to this man, to that man in the picture. Because then it will be like I'm getting into that person's space, isn't it? So those are the challenges. We need to help, but how do we get into those spaces? How do we open up family spaces? How do we open up family spaces? How do we make it so public so that we can get in and support women? And these issues of femicide will not be there. These issues of women. This lady is, she was born deaf. So even if she cries, you can't hear. Isn't it? She cannot hear, you cannot just write. And there's so much you can express when you're writing, isn't it? At least when you can speak, you can let out a huge cry. But if you cannot speak, what happens? So anyway, it is sad. I think probably it will be in the news. Maybe it will be. But I felt, may her soul rest in peace. And I just told the friend who told me that I just have to take over the kids. And they have to be mine now. Beginning today until then, have to be my family. Otherwise, it will never be good. Now, today, I never really prepared anything much to tell you, but I said from the experience that we've had and sitting in the sector in which I am in, the MSME sector, the sector that we think has opportunities for economic participation or other economic empowerment, I just said I want to come here and pronounce loudly that women's rights are economic rights. Yeah. So if we begin from there, then everything else will fall in place. So women's rights, we have to treat them the way we also treating our economy. We get worried when our economy slows down, isn't it? So we got to get it also worried when things are not happening in the women's space. So then how do we institutionalize that? How do we mainstream it? First, if it becomes an economic right, then it becomes everybody's agenda. Everybody's agenda, every sector's agenda has to be a priority in each and every sector. When we discuss about agricultural productivity, at the back of our mind, we must have women. When we talk about healthcare, we must have women. When we talk about security, we must have who? Women. Because all those are the ingredients that promotes economic growth. So women's rights are economic rights. Because an economically empowered woman has an independent mind, can make a choice, isn't it? Like this lady, if she was economically empowered, she will not be crying and pleading to someone who is not seeing that this has to happen. Because then you are fully empowered. You can make your own decision. The time and space becomes, you can galvanize, become the queen of that space to say what you need to do at any given time. And everybody will respect you as a strategic partner in all engagement because there is something you're putting on the table. So the conversation here should be from my sector. How do we make women become economically empowered? How do we position women? And where does this conversation needs to begin? Why do we have to wait until somebody has become a woman? Doesn't it need to be part of our curriculum? From the early education, so that we start appreciating. Doesn't our young boys start appreciating that in this village, we have a responsibility of our young girls here? Because if they grow up not being empowered, they will still be our burden. isn't it? Yeah, so what do we need to start doing? Don't we need to inculcate it in our curriculum so that when the boys start appreciating that I cannot kill, this is like my mother and probably my potential wife, isn't it? And also start seeing in the future, if I have a daughter, why do I need this daughter to be treated? You know? So we need to look at which policies. And then why do we need to have this conversation? Do we need to have it in an exclusive space, like here, for example, where a majority of people are women? So whom are we telling this story? Who are the actors? Those are some of the questions that we ask. So if it has to be perceived from an economic perspective, then we need to be in the spaces where other economic actors belong, so that we are here and everybody appreciates. In my space of MSME, and we've seen it from experience, if you lend a woman, she'll repay. But you have refused to collateralize that attribute. The banks know. You talk to them, they say the best customers are women, but they don't make it a collateral. Are we seeing? So why would you praise me? Why can't we socialize that attribute to give an edge to women so then they can access opportunities? So we need to look at it from an economic perspective and all those attributes that comes with being a woman, being tender, being caring, being keen to details. All these we can collateralize or we can cost them to become an asset. And so this is what then opens the door. There was one time in the political formation in which I belong, and I said, naturally, a mother, women are the peacemakers, isn't it? In any setup. Because a woman takes time to understand issues and to make a decision. And whatever decision the mother will make will be something that is in the best interest of the entire family. Of course, beginning with your big baby, who is your husband. At all you have one, isn't it? Or your other. Of course, our first child is, if you're married, your first child is? Isn't that the truth? Do you know that our first child? Isn't it? Yeah. You know, I don't know if men are here. You need just to, if you are here, forgive me. But I usually say that women, we are created to carry. Even from that simple and literal meaning of carrying, we carry everybody. We carry our children, but we carry also men. Yeah, our significant others. Don't you carry them? Hey, don't you carry them? Thank you. Isn't it? And you want you carry them. And you want to imagine how we carry them. Sometimes you are like a 15 GB like myself. But you're carrying some heavy load. But God gave you the strength and the pillars to do what? Hallelujah. So we got to be respected. And I want you today who have significant others, I want you to go and do that experience today. Change the role. Even if you are sitting watching your TV news, try to rest. Just put your small weight on those significant others. Ebu jaribu kualalia kwa tumbo. Yeah, just, you know, it's a good thing. So let them come and say, today, you know, jifanya hata kiti, haika hapo karibu, mulalie. How many minutes will you last there kama umemkalia? Kama utasukumwa. Hello? Isn't it? So it's a miracle that women, even physically, God has made us in a way through which we can carry everything. And this is not something that you want to play with. You can't joke with that. They cannot. Even a baby. Forget about, give him a baby to carry. How many minutes will he carry that baby? Maximum? Anakuambia chukua mtoto wako. Anataka kunyonya. That will be the thing. But the other point I want to make, and I've had this conversation with many people, that so that we don't leave anyone behind, if you want not to leave anyone behind, you must first of all carry the woman. And everybody else will follow. In a normal day from church, you sit down in your house. If a baby is crying for food, where does the baby go? If your significant other is asking for food, where does he look? The wife, isn't it? So meaning that we are created to be the economic pillars. So I don't know why we are not economically empowered. So my message today, I wish I was here to listen to what you're discussing, but my message today was just to say we need now, as we look, as we revisit the gains that we have made since Beijing, we need now to focus on economic empowerment. So the government is coming up with a number of initiatives. Myself, I'm administering the Hustler Fund. Now let me tell you the nexus between Hustler Fund and women. And then I'll go and sit down and allow the good people who are supposed to come to the panel to come. Now, the Hustler Fund, the experience we've had so far in the last 2 years, we've now subjected them to a behavioral rating system. We have close to 6 million Kenyans out of the 25.3 million who have gone through the Hustler Fund, but they are good borrowers. They are rating A's and B. Today in the morning, I had a conversation with CRB. You see, CRB is not about negative listing, it's also about positive listing. Today, the banks are talking about risk-based financing. Now, risk-based financing is where they assess you on individual basis, so that your interest rate will vary from what high interest rate will be. But to assess you, they need to have some form of data or history about you. If you ask me what have I done with the Hustler Fund, I have established credit history. Now you can be assessed from somewhere. Now, because this was a government sponsored initiative in terms of resources, which is public resources, there is always moral hazards, isn't it? Where people will take and not pay. But today I'm telling you we have 6 million, quite a number of them, of course, women are paying well, who have demonstrated that they have good borrowing behavior and have braved off the moral hazard. So if you are a bank and you are here, commercial bank, and you want to acquire customers, wouldn't you go to someone who have braved off, who have demonstrated that and overcome the moral hazard? Do you want to ask that person for a collateral, for a title deed, when we know women do not own properties? So Hustler Fund, the collateral reforms that you're trying to do, it's going to be of more help for people, especially like women who do not own properties. Are we together? And we had a conversation with CRBs, and I'm telling them, how do we bring out this attribute? So that when the bank sends this data for you to look at their credit worthiness, the Hustler Fund one, the one who is grading high loan Hustler Fund, should have much weight. So if we continue like that, we are opening up space for women now to access more financing based on the risk-based financing. So if you want to remember anything else, I want to encourage women to take advantage of that. When you can be, if you can be trusted with 500 shillings, you can equally be trusted with 1 million. That is the secret when it comes. So finally, thank you very much. We began on a sad note. It will still run in our veins, but we are sad. I just wanted to bring that story, but also as a reminder of the women that we have lost in this country in the last couple of months. It is so sad how someone can take a woman, someone's child, who was carried 9 months, and you really cut into pieces like you are chopping meat and put in a bag. Something needs to happen. Let's join hands and empower women economically. My office is open. We can sit together and get into details on how we can achieve economic empowerment across the country, in every community, and at every age of womanhood, including even our small girls, our baby girls who are still coming up. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Round of applause. Please stay on stage. Stay on stage. There's a gift coming for you. Please stay on stage. Can we give a round of applause? I'll just invite you to come to the center. We'll take a picture with you.
Yeah.
Yes, please. All right, thank you. Can we give them a round of applause? Who is in academia? Who's a teacher in education? Who's in that space? Okay. So, yeah, I do menstrual health education. So, in your own capacity, let's try and enhance how we teach the young ones so that they can be better off than we are, right? Awesome. As we watch them take a picture, I want you to take your right hand up, put it at the back, pat yourself at the back for all the work you're doing as a woman. There you go. Yeah. So when it gets hard, just remember to pat yourself at the back, because not always anyone will have the opportunity to do it for you, right? So you have to do it for yourself first. All right, so I would like to prepare Angela Wangeshi, who will be presenting next. She'll be presenting on behalf of Byron Ochola, the Trade Justice and Economic Inclusion Lead for TISA. Angela Wangeshi will be my namesake. Any other Angelas in the house? Let's meet. So let's give Angela Wangeshi a round of applause as she comes on stage. And I believe she's going to, is it going to be presented? Okay, perfect. Let's give her a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, happy to see bright faces, economically empowered women. Yeah, we continue tapping ourselves at the back, right? Yeah, good job. Yeah, I am Angela Wangeshi. I work with the Institute for Social Accountability, that is TISA, where we focus on good governance and accountability. I believe my colleagues were here before, so we know what TISA is all about. But more to that, we work with women, especially in informal trade. And I can see them here in the room. Hi. Yeah, happy to see you. Yeah, so today, as we talk about women empowerment, As TISA, we some time back did a research, did a study. We do a lot of that because advocacy needs to be backed up with evidence, with data. And so in 2023, late 2023, we did a study, and our focus was on informal trade. We focused on Nairobi County because we believe that whatever we found out is exactly what is happening in the country. And so if you're able to get the projection, okay, I see it is up there. So our study was titled Small Biz, Big Tax. I think the title speaks for itself. And so, like I mentioned, it was an experience of MSMEs, informal traders in Nairobi County. And the reason we focused on informal trade, next slide, please. So the reason we focused on this sector is because when you look at the chart, you can see what it means globally in Africa and in Kenya. So what you see in blue is the informal sector. So that is the size of the informal sector. So you can see how big it is. Globally, it is 60%. In Africa, it is 90%. And in Kenya, it is 83%. So it's a very big sector, and that's why we felt it was very important. It's like the backbone of our economy. And especially now, as we are speaking here, I am sure most of us, we may be employed, but we also run some other, businesses on the side. So that makes even probably this percentage even higher. And so, while women, youth, and PWDs, next slide. Again, when you look at the numbers, when you look at in Africa, women, youth, and PWDs, they take up 74% of the proportion of that composition in the informal sector. So you can imagine the numbers we are talking about. Look at Kenya, 66%. So the conversation we are having here today about women empowerment, informal sector is the backbone. And so we felt that looking at the experiences of this category of people would help us get a picture of what are their experiences, how does it look like, and what do we need to do to improve or to ensure that they enjoy the economic rights. Our good PS here has just said here that these rights are important, and it is good that we concentrate on them. So when we talk about accountability, tax justice is a big conversation. Next slide. And so in our work, we focus a lot on economic justice, but tax is a big player in that. I'm sure we all know, for example, the reason we have our government running is because of our taxes. But then we know very well that the government does not have its own money. So it is taxpayers' money. So anytime we talk about economic rights, tax justice is a very big component. So when we talk about tax justice, we look at how progressive is our tax, how transparent. So when we talk about transparency, what are the rules? Are they clear? Do we understand? And then the efficiency. So how do they collect the taxes? So, and then how fair? I'm sure, especially in Kenya, we have had this conversation about fairness or unfairness of our tax system. So why do we feel that it is not fair? Is everyone paying their fair share of taxes? Or is this tax burden being carried by a very small proportion of people, but then it has to serve all of us as Kenyans? So when we talk about accountability and tax justice, these are the aspects that we look at. And this is what we were looking at even in our study. And even in our work, we look at these 4 issues. So if we're able to say that these have been achieved, then we can say that we have achieved tax justice. And just to pose the question in the room, when you look at that, how far are we? Are we there? Are we getting there? Are we on our way there? What score can you give us? Is it a 10%? Is it a 20%? So when you talk tax justice, this is it. And not just in the trade or informal sector, generally. So when you talk about our taxes as Kenyan, how progressive, how transparent, how efficient, and how fair they are. So we identified a few gaps, and these are, when we talk about fair and equitable taxation, this is what promotes economic growth. And so we found out that the Kenya's tax system is very and unfair. And so, because I mentioned we focused on the informal sector, the reason that is as it is because the reliance on indirect taxes, and this accounted for 62% of the taxes that KRA collects in 1 year. So we were looking at 2021, 2022 data, but I can assure you, this data has not changed from 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. It might even be worse. So when you talk about indirect taxes, VAT alone accounted for about 42% of the total revenue. So you can see the imbalances. And so the reason we took out these studies because we wanted to find out what were the lived experiences of our youth, women, and PWDs in the informal sector, what were the legislations. We also looked at best practices and the reforms that needed to be taken. We went through the lived experiences. My friend helping me run the slides. Lived experiences. We found out that there were a few issues that came out. One was double taxation. There was a lot of double taxation. There was complex tax requirements. There was lack of understanding due to lack of formal education. And then there was harassment, including GBV. So I'm sure when we talk about harassment, we see how Kanjo, for instance, how they treat our traders. We know most of our informal traders are not probably gone to school, or their levels of education are a bit wanting. So this understanding is also a big problem. So we looked at the taxes that applied to MSMEs. There was turnover tax that was at 3%. We all know VAT again. So this was at 16% for turnover exceeding 5 million. And then there was corporate income tax. Those were just taxes that apply to MSMEs. But I also want us to look at other taxes. Look at, next slide. Look at that list. How many are those? So that these are taxes that our MSMEs pay. From single business permits, from parking fees. So the list is so long, and that is why our title was small B's and big taxes. So I just want quickly to go to the good practices and what we found out. So what was happening elsewhere. So for example, in Ghana, there was tax credit management where enterprises can pay reduced amounts on a tax liability. So you pay, it's like lipa pole pole. The same as Rwanda. So the business trading license fees, and then they also had electronic filing system, increasing efficiency. So there's no kanjo, there's no, and then in India, there was concession tax, allowing reduction of 25% from 30%. So again, you see what that does. I think in our case, it is the opposite. They are going up. So what the implications are, especially on the gender issues, one is reducing so through implementation of an effective tax system, this is how we can address these issues. So one is reducing the burden of informal taxes. Again, recognizing and valuing women's work. I think our PS has talked everything about it. And then addressing the gender gap. So we know the pay is very different, what men and women get in the informal trade. And then tax education and support, because probably they've not had an opportunity to go to school. This can help. And then addressing gender-based violence. I think this is a big, big issue, not just in informal trade, but just across. And so we realized that we really need to address these issues. We need to look at MSMEs and what is happening. And we need to focus more on these lived experiences. So what did we recommend? So we had a few recommendations, both at national and county level. It's unfortunate that our PS has left, but I'm sure this can always get to the duty bearers. So we have both at national and county level. So we need to deepen the tax base. So let's just, most of our tax is, you tax those who are in the system. So you end up taxing them more and more. So how about we deepen this base? Then we diversify these tax sources. So we just don't get taxes from VAT. So what other sources can we get? And then we need incentives for MSMEs, because we know there are big corporations getting incentives. So what about the MSMEs? And then we provide tax education, and then effective filing procedures and harmonization. That is on national level. On county level, we need safeguarding policies, and that ensures that they are safeguarded, how it is collected, how they are handled, and then reviewing the licenses and levies. There are counties that have incorporated these taxes into one. So I think that can very helpful. Then digitization of the licenses and payments, and supporting them to be compliant. They need a lot of support, they need to understand, and then to improve the county-to-county layers on taxation. I'm sure those who do business inter-counties, they know the experiences that they do have. So for the sake of advocacy, this is what needs to be done. So there's what the government needs to do, but what else can we do? So we need to be active citizens. We need to talk about these issues. We need to be very proactive. This is one of the ways that we are being active citizens, and this should continue. And then we need to engage stakeholders regularly. So we engage both the duty bearers, the MSMEs, and all the stakeholders involved. And for civil society organizations, we need to continue creating awareness and also advocate for tax justice. Because we have seen there's a lot of unfairness and inequity. And then, of course, the oversight. Let us not just sit and wait for things to happen. We can join hands, amplify our voices, so that we get to have these things done. So I hope that this forum helps us see these issues from that lens and feel empowered and feel that we have what it takes, but we also need to join hands and we need to work together. I'd like to stop at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Let's give a round of applause to my namesake, Angela Wangeshi, Program Officer of TISA. Thank you so much. I'll now invite Sonia Aima, Program Officer of Public Engagement and Active Citizenship for TISA. Please just come on stage. And her panelists that will be joining her. Number one is Hamna Abdi Gedi, who is an entrepreneur and an ED Pastoralist Society of ASAL Network. You here? Ida Opolo, Gweth Sense, if you can come on stage, if I've mentioned your name. And Joanne Wainaina, founder and CEO, Top M Consulting. If I've mentioned your name, please come on stage. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they settle in? So there will be a time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good. Now all eyes are on me. Thank you. I would want to pick up just from where Angela has left. And I think all of us agree that informal sector is a very big space. Just looking at what Angela shared, mnakumbuka the small circles. Who remembers Kenya ilikuwa at what percentage? Yeah? 17. Good. I think it's at 83. So based on the global average, we are way? Are we below or high? Our informal sector has a bigger chunk of us than the rest of the world, right? So we need to do much more to be able to ensure that that works. With me, I have panelists who are going to help us give lived experiences to the challenges and also the findings that Angela just went and debunked for us a few minutes ago. But as I start, I want to also give a small brief of what we thought at the Institute of Social Accountability. We believe that taxes aren't just merely fiscal tools, but instruments of social policy. Therefore, their designing and implementation should either promote or hinder inclusivity, economic growth, and sustainable development. To ensure that it promotes, I think that's why we are all here today, to ensure that it works for us, right? Then we need to work with persons within the informal sector. There's nothing for us without us. In the markets, for us at TISA, our key interest is informal traders in the market sectors, and then to reimagine the tax policies that promote tax justice and eliminate the challenges. So with that, we believe that true economic inclusion requires a system, a systems change approach where we look at the things that underline and the things that inform our mindset, but also the power dynamics that have kept women in this situation over the years. So allow me to ask my panelists to introduce themselves the best way you can. Give yourself flowers if you can today. You're given the opportunity. And also say one thing in relation to what I've heard that has really been mentioned here. When we have economic development, we get voices. Do you agree?
Good afternoon. My name is Ida Opolo. I am a businesswoman. I run a fragrance shop. I call it Gweth Sense. It's something I started after I lost work after COVID. So to me, it's still a baby. And in the morning, I was looking at some women and I was telling someone, hey, I'm looking at these women and they look like they're big. And as we're small. But to me, it's been a journey. Yes.
Just to encourage you, you're not small. We are here to speak about you today. Sure.
Sorry. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Hannah Abdi Gedi. I'm the founder of Pastoral Society of Asal Network. I'm originally from northern part of Kenya. I'm actually feeling good because I'm representing the pastoralist community, the Samburu, the Maasai, everyone who is here. And I'm a businesswoman. I live in Isli Kamkunji. I live in the biggest in East and Central Africa, the biggest hub business. You know, Isili is the center of business, the center heart of Kenya, I mean. Sorry for exaggerating, but I'm selling myself and the community of Isili. So I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm looking forward to for the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, taxpayers. Are you well? My name is Joanne Wainaina. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Top Money Consulting. It's a digital marketing agency where we help. In fact, I was just checking the other day when I was told I'm a panelist. Majority of our clients are women. So I'm happy to be in this space. What we do, we help you with if you have a startup, a small business where you are not sure how you're going to launch your business online, you don't know the story, stories now, what is selling. So if you don't know how to tell the story of your business, we will guide you through it. If you don't know the messaging, the communication that you're supposed to do, the branding part of it, and I'm excited to be in this room, and I can't wait to hear what other taxpayers are saying.
Joanne has purposely made a point to remind us that we actually pay tax, whether you like it or not, that is. But I want to just get into the discussions, and I would like to start with you, Ida. And I really hope we are going to follow in the footsteps of our peers who just humanize the stories of what we are discussing today. And hoping that we will get that from you three. And to you, Ida, as a woman who runs a small business in the informal sector, what are the biggest challenges that you have faced when it comes to taxation?
The first thing I'd say is people assume we understand what tax is, but I want to believe that I speak for most of us, we don't. The moment you're told, utalipa license, we are there, that's it. And most of us, we avoid paying for those licenses. Because one, you see the way we say we are MSMEs, we don't even know how much we make. So by the time I'm being told I'm supposed to pay 5K, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm looking at 5K as I'm being stolen from. But then I'm still the same person who is going to say, oh, I need healthcare, I need this, I need the market renovated. But I've not been taught what does this 5K for license mean. And then I'm asking myself, where am I getting it from? Because this is how we run our businesses. You see, let me say down there, we have so many microfinance institutions and banks and others coming in who are willing to give us money. So there's credit. But you see, we don't have the know-how of how to use this money. I was just sitting at home, and then I was told, oh, since you can't get work, go into business. But I haven't been told the nitty-gritties of any business. So if you tell me there's VAT tax, there's due with the holding tax, that is English. We don't get it down there. So unless I'm taught and I'm told, when you run your kibanda and you're selling mboga and you're selling this, let me speak for myself. See, I'm selling fragrance. And unless I'm told, either when you go and source perfumes and you sell, you're supposed to pay this and this and this minus your license, because license tunaichukua ni kama I'm paying for that space. It sounds like that. So unless I'm taught and I'm told, this is what you're supposed to pay for this, it won't make sense to me. And then I'm also told I need to file my tax. I'm filing what? The only time I will have a bank account is because someone told me, you see this bank, they will give you credit if you improve. So start saving with them. So I don't even attach my business to that account. I want someone to pay me cash or pay me M-Pesa. And nowadays we do pochi or we do till. Like we avoid some expenses. So generally there's no knowledge. So even if you give me credit and people sit here and say there's credit, we will come for it. And honestly, you people are saying women pay. We don't pay. Tunatoroka. Because you gave me money that I don't know how to use. I don't know how to keep my records. You just came, saw a nice shop, and said, when I look at your shop, this looks like 20 Gs, so I can give you another 20K. You give me 20K, I cannot repay you 20K. Because to me, I calculate like this. If I make sales today, I'm already thinking, hapa natoa pesa ya food, hapa nagawa school fee, you see, I'm already subdividing my money. By the time you're telling me I'm supposed to pay 1, 2, 3, it is not part of my mathematics. Okay. So challenges are, we are being told to pay things we don't understand. We are running businesses, we don't understand how. We're not keeping records, we lie that we keep, we don't keep. We don't know how to calculate our profit. We don't know how much we make in a year. So you'll ask me, how much do you make? I don't know how much I make because I live from hand to mouth. But the moment I will hear, and I was telling someone, business people, we love where we're told, pesa inapeanwa. We run. But then you will give me money and I will not be able to pay you, or I will go borrow some other place to repay you. I will forget about tax. So unless there's education on tax, and let's these SMEs understand what tax means and why I should be paying it, I think we are still lost somewhere.
Thank you, Ida. I believe we all resonate in one way or another, right? And she has brought out an aspect that business for women, or informal, let's use informal businesses for women, is a de facto. Umekaa home, hauna kitu ya kudu, mtu anakuambia, unaweza anza kuuza viatu. Uko na 2K, unakimbia Isili, unachukua zile vitu za 6 pairs. We know them, right? Ama pale downtown Kamukunji. 6 pairs at how much? Around 1800. Hiyo ni 3 so, unakuja unauza 5 so, uko na profit next. So she brings out that aspect. And let me tie it to the presentation in the morning by WeHub, when they were talking about the business incubation centers or something. And I think this portrays exactly what they were talking about. Women just get themselves in businesses without having the skills. And it's very important to hear from her that these skills are actually necessary for us to be able to carry out these businesses well. And this leads me to the next question, which she has touched in a bit to you, Hani. Most women in the informal sector struggle with understanding tax policies, right? And compliance. What are the barriers that you as Hani, and maybe the people within your circle, have experienced in navigating tax regulations? What would make compliance easy? Just as she was speaking about running and toroka payments, what is it, what's that ideal situation that would make young women or women in business to be able to comply to these regulations?
Okay, basically, as a young business woman in Isli, it has become so difficult for us to understand the meaning of tax and the revenue. because most of the people who are living there are conservative. Plus, most of the population who lives in Isli are Muslim community. So most of them don't pay tax, literally because they believe it's a riba for them.
Okay.
So you will realize that the goodies that are being brought to Isli, let me just be honest, and I'm not negative about it, most of them are fake. Let's say if you buy Gucci, you are buying a Gucci cloth. Maybe in the stores of Gucci in the other countries, you will find out a one t-shirt cost $100 USD. But here in Isli, the same cloth, you will find it being sold at 1,000. So if I decide to go for something legit and I bring, and I'm paying a very high tax, and my neighbor is selling 1,000, I'm selling 5,000, who is losing? It's me. It's because we are actually facing a lot of barriers on understanding tax. And paying tax in Isli has become a norm, like a taboo, whereby goods are being smuggled in a very easy way that lots of things are poisonous. Let's say the other day we have a sugar scandal in Isli, whereby almost 2,000 bags of sugar were caught in one of the go-downs in Isli. It was contaminated. You see, there is that lack of education and illiteracy that's still going on, that we don't know. We are Kenyans and we are patriots and we are supposed to pay tax. So for me, I see the barriers that we are going through is lack of education, proper education. But through TISA, somehow, I've learned a lot of tax penalties and regularities that someone, if you are caught that your nini are not hazijalipiwa, kwa mfano umeingiza bidhaa fulani, na bidhaa zimekuwa expensive. So my neighbor here will just go to one of the guys who works in KRA, bribe them. He gets his stuffs. Me, I don't have that capacity. Maybe I don't have that amount of money to pay. So I'm going a lot of losses because I cannot clear myself from KRA. And if I try to clear myself from KRA, is that I'm not cleared in a legit way. There's a guy who will come from me, what do we call, a broker. He will tell me, I will clear you, just pay that amount of money. Next morning, ninaona watu wa KRA kwa mlango wangu wakinitafuta. So we are actually going through a lot, and I would really love KRA and other stakeholders who are cooperating with KRA to come and give people of Isli proper education on how we're going to pay KRAs and tax.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, and I believe that means that in terms of stakeholders that are key in the tax sector, haven't been able to do as much of education and training for most of the people within the sector, right? Yeah. So this leads me to Joanne. Within your consulting firm, do you believe that there's this growing call for tax reforms? And just maybe tie it to the first two presentations, that's the tax reforms that support businesses. From your perspective, what tax-related policies changes would you have the greatest impact, especially in empowering women entrepreneurs?
Thank you once again for the question. One of the tax recommendations that I would give from my end is tied to what I do, and it is the digital economy. Majority of us who are entrepreneurs in this room, we all have a representation of our businesses online. We are growing, our economy is growing, but the population is growing, but we do not have jobs for the young people. So majority have now resorted to online businesses. Now, these online businesses, majority again are women. In some developed countries, we have something called child care credit or child care deduction. So this is what happens. If a woman, you have like a small business, an MSME, you're a woman, you're given a credit. So if you're supposed to give like, it could be 1% of your profit, it could be your TOT or the turnover tax. That encourages more women to get into the business sector. It also now gives more income to the family. And when there's more income in that family, then it means we are going to spend more in the same local manufacturing. So I will now go to Hani's business and promote her. And when I promote her, we're also promoting the GDP. And there's a study that was done in Australia. And they found all that child care deduction or that child care tax would increase the people who will now start working, especially women, by an increase of 1%. And ultimately, it will resonate to their GDP. So the child care deduction, and I see Mheshimiwa here, we are looking up to you for the child care tax. Please go, and we have been told this in this room. We are the people who are managing this economy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are 12 million of us. Tukikasirika, these guys will listen. But you see now there's a way they come with all this, like now the finance bills. Unaona vile imefichwa. So they want to release it at the last minute when they have wametufunga kabisa. So I hope with that one statement, we have radicalized all of you, that women in this room, we must know that we are the largest group of taxpayers, and we are moms. So you can imagine if you're now given a child care deduction in the house, you will be able to get an extra help and now focus on your business. Or if it's at work, there will be less sick-offs because the child, you've been called the child is 60, there will be someone else who's working on that. So something else is training. So we have MSMEs in this room. What you don't know is that there's turnover tax, there's corporate tax, there's payroll tax, there's all these taxes that you're supposed to know. Yet, KRA will come to your door, they never trained you. All they want is money. You know the taxes. They start telling you, where is the NHIF, where is this payroll tax, you know all those taxes in your payroll? MSME hajaisikia payroll tax. Kazi yake yako Gikomba, anauza nguo, they've been that business, and they have employees. So there's a gap in training, and I like what TISA has done. They are going out of their way. Angela, we're almost meeting in these counties when I'm also training my MSMEs, and Angela is busy training, but there's so much Angela can do. KRA needs to partner with people like TISA. Jasiri, was it Jasiri? Jasiri has stuck in my mind so that more women can get into the space and they can learn more about taxation.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I hear the call of radicalization. How many feel they are radicalized? Ama tuendele. But just back to you, Joanne, before I come to the others. Do you believe that women in the informal sector have a strong enough voice in tax policy discussions? You could look at it from all angles, both from education and training.
No, women don't have. And it's because in the informal sector, this woman was told, you need to log into iTax. They do not have a smartphone. In the informal sector, we don't have cybers. So this lady is just operating on a vacuum. And then someone tells them, you need to be investor ready. Investor ready means you need to know how to keep records, you need to know how to do all these kind of things. For sure, women have been left behind when it comes to taxation and everything that advise the taxation of how their businesses is supposed to, you know. So I would recommend that it is not done, and there's still much more that needs to be done for the women to learn, to know, and even get to be on the table. Okay. So for the budget statements that have been released recently, I wonder how many women were in that room when those budgetary were being done. You know, if they wake up one day and say they are taxing pads, diapers, it means there was no woman in that room. And if she was, then she let down the entire 12 million who we are paying taxes, isn't it? So we need a lot of women representation in those rooms where taxes is being discussed.
Thank you for that. And my last question would go to both Hani and Ida. Just listening to all the tax injustices, or let's say fully economic injustices, how have you had to adjust your business model? This is looking at pricing, operational, on how to cope with tax-related challenges. And has this impacted your profits?
Adjustments. Coming to forums like this has helped. So there's a bit of awareness that now I have that I can share with the people I can access. But again, generally, me being a Kenyan, there's just that thing that clicks in my head, like, if I can avoid it, let me just avoid it. I'm honest. But we pay what we can pay. So we will pay our single business because Kanjo will be on your neck. You don't want to keep running. So you will work hard and pay for it. You will avoid it and bribe them. You bribe them like 100 bob per week or 100 bob for 2 weeks. So you're good. You do that math, you still feel safe. So that means my profits are good. You see, I've avoided something. But then I'm saying my profits are good. Do I even know what my profit is? So I'm still there. So maybe just, let me say in summary, we need a lot of awareness. We need to be taught a lot on not just these taxes, but the theme was what works. What works for us, and to me, I was equating it to, for my growth in business, for me to make money. For me to be in the 12 million people that pay tax, that means I have cash. And if I do not have cash in my pocket, then I'm not part of the 12 million. I'm part of the people saying it, not acting on it. So teach me on how to put money in my pocket, then that way I'll have money to give the government to offer me services. Another thing, government, can you lump sum these things? There are too many. I can't be paying garbage and paying what and paying what. Can't you just lump sum this thing? If I've paid garbage, I've paid for parking, I can put my car there, and mtu garbage won't do what they did to Kenya Power to me because I didn't pay. So lump sum all this. If it's fish people, see at is health what nini, like ask me what do you do? Have a one thing, so once I pay, I know I've paid for fire, for nini, not too many things. Thank you.
And maybe as you respond, Hani, are we together? Yeah. As you respond, Hani, there was a time, this IFMI, so what, Makanjo walikuwa natembea, our compliance officers. Remember there was a time this was happening? And we could hear stories of people in the shops wanafunga wakisikia wanakam. So ionekane ni kama haukufungwa. So maybe talk about that as you speak to this.
Okay.
Or even now, okay.
Even now it's happening. And we normally know when they are coming because we have spies who inform us. And we don't close the shop full, we close half. So sometimes I from Isli, when they pass there, they are told, she went to the mosque. She's not around. So that's how they pass. So from my end, I would say it's a positive result because this forum has really taught me a lot today. And I have learned from the previous panels on how they have talked about business and the challenges they went through and the goals and the vision that they are having in the future. So I'm very optimistic and I'm very happy that what was that? Is it Uzima or what was it? Jasiri. That Jasiri thing has really motivated me, and I'm looking forward to meet that girl, to take her to Isili so that she can tell something to my fellow young business entrepreneurs.
That was such a powerful way to merge the whole day, because I think we've touched on every panel in one way or another. We were talking about education, which was majorly the first and second. We spoke about Jasiri, which is a fund that's going to help informal traders, but also looking at it fully. When Angela was speaking, we were talking about the advocacy issues, which speaks about each and every sector or space that needs to be filled for all these challenges to, in one way, be dealt with. She spoke about education, there was need for funding, there was need for harmonizing of the taxes. So I think we are all summarizing the day in one way or another. But I have a question. I have 28 seconds. I was really trying not to go beyond the time. I have a question to the room. What does tax justice look like for you? Punishment. Punishment to who? Tax justice. How does it look like? I have a present for anyone. Oh, yes, sorry.
Even up to 50% or 40%, like we see in the developed world, they get social services. They get good education for their children. They get medical facilities are good. They get, so as much as you tax, you should be able to give me what I'm paying for. So that's what tax justice looks like.
Anyone else? Yes? Yes, yes. The state creating an enabling environment for me to achieve my full potential. I want us to leave the room thinking about that. And apologies, you're the only person I can see, and I believe you look government, so you are definitely government. Next time, try and look like me so that I confuse you. But that is ideally what we are looking at. Anytime we hold these forums, it's to create an enabling environment for all women and every other person who exists amidst us to be able to thrive and achieve all that they want. I promised a gift to one person, and we launched at TISA, we launched this study last year. It's on the impact of IMF, Fiscal Consolidation Program in Kenya, an economic and human rights analysis. It looks as IMF, but looked at the effect to me, and not the monies we keep talking about. So as you read this, please pass it to the lady. And then one. And then because I have government in the room, and I want you as an ally to be able to advocate for this better, I want to have one for you. And the rest will be given to others. But before I leave, allow me to thank my team for the good work and also for creating the human bit for all of us to be able to see the picture from where they sit. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause. If you just come on the stage. Angela, I'd like to invite you on stage to take a picture. And the lady who just won a book, do you want to come on stage as well? Yeah.
There were two ladies.
Yes.
There were two ladies.
She doesn't want to come to us. You just come from the front of the table. Yes. Sonia has done a good job. Have you learned something? Are you inspired? Yes? Just to remind you, TISA is also one of the vendors, so you can actually get to know more about the book. Focus on the photographer. Say 66 so we can see you smile. I'll give it to you up there. Who'll be introducing the next session and then guests. You can use this. Do you want to use this or do you want to use a mic? It's okay. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are energized, and it's very impressive that at this hour, at around 3:45, we are still very much attentive. Most places we've been to, and in many spaces, we know by this time we see some people resting their eyes. So congratulate yourselves and pat yourselves on the back. Yes. We are very much alert, and we are very much engaged in this conversation. This panel and this session will focus on a big conversation that is across the country and across the world. Climate financing. Tuwasikia pesa zipo, kina mama hatuzioni. Tuwasikia tupande miti, kina mama wanafanya kazi, lakini pesa hawapati. So we keep wondering, where is this money? We want to know where this money is, called climate financing, and if the conversation is supposed to be in the way it is structured, or women are supposed to lead this conversation. Because they are the ones who are most affected, at the same time most impacted, and equally, we do appreciate they're the ones who are taking up the most activities engaging in climate action. So we want to discuss that conversation and see, do we even discuss it from, or the country should shift to sovereignty and climate justice. Because this conversation, the way it has been structured, and Daisy, we've been having these conversations many times. Have we seen North Range Land Trust, what's happening? We've seen people losing their land rights. How many women are on those lands? How many families? Who is remaining with the burden of care? We need to structure this conversation in a way that women don't get harmed. As we say, do no harm. There's already harm, you cannot now exacerbate the harm. So our panelists, very quickly, we have Honorable Charles Nguna. Thank you for joining us. Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa Nguna is from Mwingi West constituency. He's elected on Wiper, and he has been very much ambitious in ensuring he's driving our initiatives. He's an ally to women, and he's an ally to youth. So, hapo tunakuwaga na kura moja kwa hiyo bunge whenever we are talking about something. Mheshimiwa Nguna, we appreciate your presence with us, and we appreciate your knowledge because we know you are an expert in finance and finance management. And also you've been engaging in so much on socio-economic matters. And you know, interestingly, I just enjoy the fact that I love and I like enjoying him. He's one of the guys who can speak Greek. He'll say hello in Greek. Yes, then we can learn something. Yes. Yeah. Daisy. Allow me to invite Alice Mundia. Alice Mundia is a board member of the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. She's also one of the persons who is very keen and has been working very hard on issues of disability and differently talented persons. Social protection is her pet project. She's always speaking about it together with Beatrice Duncan everywhere we go. And so, karibu sana, Alice. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for championing this cause. And the caregivers, she's also a representative of caregivers in the country and the Caregivers Network and Association. Allow me to also welcome Duncan Joroge, another male ally. We are very happy, we are always having many of those. Duncan has been a gender champion and a program development and management specialist with the Women Political Alliance and Affairs Association. Together with Beatrice, he's worked with them for a very long time. Duncan ukimwona, wa mama wako karibu. That is always he's always helping us with the economic elements when we cannot translate things into money and what it means in terms of economic impact. Duncan is always helping us with that. Shampiana, are you in the room? Please join us. Shampiana is one of those young activists. She's a storyteller. She's a lover of poetry. And she's always telling us very interesting stories from northern Kenya. And she will let you know where she comes from. And unajua kule walipiga kelele Isiolo. She's always discussing with us some of these issues and representing some of their issues as we speak. Allow me to also introduce my co-moderator, Ellie Joy. Say hello. Ellie Joy is a gender specialist and a CSO advisor. And I also want to introduce, I'm still coming, I'm seeing someone I know. As you prepare your handbag to come. Yes, Ellie Joy has been also a gender champion for a very long time. She will be our moderator also in this session. And she's also part of the IRGRP project. And out of her experiences, she has worked in many, many countries, Somalia, Ethiopia, Rwanda. She's always talking about strange stories to us. So I think some of those experiences will inform us, because we are a very diverse community around here, yeah? Allow me to introduce Honorable Priscilla Nyokabi. Serious gender champion. The Constitution we enjoy. These are some of the people who are drafting that Constitution and standing by it for us. So thank you for championing the women's cause. She's an advocate of the High Court. She has been a CEO I think a chair also. Yeah, she has been in GEC, at the Commission. She has a long track record of protecting our rights. And she has stood very firm, even at Kituo cha Sheria. When we talk about prisoners voting, this was the champion. Kuhakikisha hiyo imefanyika. Yes. So welcome very much. Join us. And we give you all our accolades. We can't finish all of them because we know your track record also is lengthy. We may have other panelists joining us, and we'll keep introducing them as they come into the room. Ellie Joy, welcome. Lead us in this conversation.
It moves, it's moving. Okay. Thank you very much, Hope. Okay. A round of applause for our panelists and Hope for introducing them. Asanteni sana. Thank you for being patient again. Let us concentrate now and have this discussion on policy, on the policy front in terms of how climate financing is supposed to enable women economic empowerment. Over to my panelists. And I will like you to introduce yourself very quickly to talk about what your work around climate financing, yeah, and how it's supposed to empower women. Thank you. So we shall start from here. Honorable Priscilla.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think I'll come to this discussion from Homa Bay County, where I am now serving as Governor Gladys Wanga Senior Advisor. And so as a Senior Advisor, thank you very much, thank you very much. Yes, I'm also an advisor to the women governors, and we just did a strategy for the women-led counties. So I think I'll come into this discussion from that front on what is Governor Gladys doing in Homa Bay County. And because Homa Bay hosts 80% of the Lake Victoria shoreline, and so climate change in Homa Bay is real. When the lake rises, then there are real issues, and we can speak about what the women are doing. But other than that, I've also been a commissioner at the National Gender and Equality Commission, also watching the SDGs and looking at implementation of SDGs, including those that relate to climate issues. And then as an advocate, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the 2/3 gender rule, and some of the conversations around the Constitution. How does the inclusion framework in the Constitution come into the climate finance discussion? Thank you.
A round of applause. Very good.
Viva kina mama, viva!
Viva!
Viva people of Africa, viva!
Viva!
Thank you very much. As had been introduced, my name is Champiana. I run programs for a community-based organization called Northern Vision in the interiors of Isiolo, a place called Gotu. So the organization written there, North Range Lands, supposed to be Northern Vision community-based organization. And before I continue, where I come from, it is not permitted to continue speaking without mentioning a word of wisdom. So please allow me to indulge you. Wan Borani Jede, Laftin had Nama. The Borana people say that the land or the earth is your mother, and it will take care of you when you take care of it. And so this is the foundation of what our community-based organization works on in the grassroots.
Our main focus is on education and climate justice in the grassroots. We have communities that are mostly considered indigenous. Samburu, Rendile, Borana, where I come from, and a mix of other Cushitic tribes as well as Plain Nilotes. And we try our best to live in peace, especially in Gotu, where I'm coming from. So climate finance is a big subject that is within the climate justice. And for us, we look at climate finance from the lens of adaptation. How do we build resilience? How, if climate change is here to stay, and if Africa does nothing for the next 10 years, we'll still be experiencing the same effects we are experiencing. So are emissions really the focus? No, the focus is adaptation, building resilience. And how do you build resilience without money? It's impossible. Thank you. Good.
Kalispera sas. Okay. Afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Charles Nguna, aka CNN. I was given that name by a professor when I was doing my master's degree in London School of Economics. Yes. The professor could not pronounce the Kamba names, so little did I know the CNN will be all over in my politics. I come from Wingi West. I'm a member of parliament, serving second term in parliament. Yes, I joined 2017 and I got re-elected 2022. And I speak 6 languages. Yes. Despite me having very thick accent. And my main one is Greek. I was raised up most of my childhood life in Athens, Greece, and I am here just to share a small story before we begin this conversation. Yesterday, I was the luckiest man in this planet. I'm a father of 4. And yesterday, I was looking for a girl. I've never had a girl. Yesterday, I was blessed with a baby girl. Yes. Yes.
Welcome the baby girl.
She's in Nairobi Hospital. And let me tell the men, let me just advise the men who are in the room. This was my first time ever to spend the labor period with my wife from the ward. And I tell you, the things I saw the women go through, honestly, men, we should respect women. It was between 4 to 8 p.m. My wife labored for those hours, and the pain she went through. I tell you, if I see any man molesting a woman, tutakanyangana. So this topic is so dear to me, and I am ready actually to tell you where the money is for this climate financing as we go on with the discussion. So thank you so much for inviting me. I was not ready actually to speak before you, but I was hijacked to come and present to you. So thank you so much. And I'm asking, where are the women reps? This is a topic, this is a discussion. We needed women reps to be present. Where the CS finance? Yes. Yeah, finance should be here. The chair, budget and finance committee should be around. And even the CS gender, actually one of the representatives should be here. And even the peers, small, the Women Enterprise Fund and also the WESO Fund. We need these people in this room. Yes, so karibuni sana. I'm here to just deliberate with you and to see the way we can collaborate in ensuring we empower our women politically, economically, and morally, and actually emotionally. Asante.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Alice Mundia. I sit on the board of United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK. I also chair a group that brings together autistic persons and their primary caregivers, many of them mothers, I included. It's called Differentially Talented Society of Kenya. What do we do in UDPK, or the umbrella body of persons with disability, in ensuring that persons with disabilities and their respective organizations are involved in the conversation of climate change, climate actions, climate justice? So UDPK is on the forefront when it comes to championing for disability inclusive policies, and of course ensuring that persons with disabilities are meaningfully participating in the conversation. We know, of course, there are gaps existing, but we acknowledge that as an umbrella body, we need to see persons with disabilities involved in all the processes. So thank you very much. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. I think today I might be the most prominent man in this room since the morning when I was given all the accolades by Peter and now Hope and the team. Actually, I've been in the women's movement, I think, for more than 15 years. I started being nurtured by Daisy and Beatrice a long time ago. Since when I was a small boy, they used to call me the kijana wa kina mama. But now I think I'm aging. I think I should now change the title to mzee wa kina mama. So I'm Dan Kanjeroge, and I work with Women Political Alliance. I'm the program manager. I also hold different titles, even the team that was here in the morning, African Women Studies Center of University of Nairobi. I'm also part of the team. I usually work on program development and also supporting women programs. And when it comes to climate financing, I'm involved in quite a number of programs that support women in climate change and also dealing with the impacts of climate change. One thing, because we all know that climate change affects majorly 3 sectors. That is the sector of agriculture, water, and energy. And we all know that these are the sectors that heavily involve women, and meaning that women are the most affected. And therefore, when it comes to availability of resources and also support to women enterprises in matters relating to climate, I think women should be at the forefront. We are still far behind in terms of even the current policies that we are developing around climate financing. The voices of women is still not being heard, and that is why we are here as both as Women Political Alliance and the various civil societies. And we are very grateful to Parliamentary Center and the IGLGP project, because this has been the sector that we've been looking at mostly to see how do we make sure that women are at the center of legislative processes in Kenya. And we are doing the best we can. We'll share more as we progress with the conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Being the last panel of the day, we want to crown it very well. And because we have our members present here, we want to do the bunge clap. Ukisikia umeguzwa roho, tunafanya bunge clap. Sawa? All right, so we do 1, 2, 3. Umesikia hiyo? Haya. Mara 3. 1. 2. 3. Aya, tuongee maneno ya vitamin M. Vitamin money. Bila pesa kwa mfuko, hakuna conversations. Women must have money in their pockets for us to have an economic trajectory in this country. All right, so we also pass the regards of Honorable Mukunji Gitonga, who is the chairperson of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians, represented by Honorable Charles CNN. All right, over to you, Honorable CNN. Sasa pesa iko wapi? When you look at the legislative framework of this country, and you being at the heart of legislation, and this is your second term, pesa ya wamama iko wapi kwa climate?
This financial year, 2024-2025, the Minister of Environment, there is 4 billion shillings towards planting and reforestation. 4B in the ministry we are supposed to undertake by the close of this financial year, that is June 2025. So I think we need Anden Duale to be present to explain to us where this money is. And the concept was to give the small enterprises, the women planting trees and the youth actually who have got nurseries, buying those seedlings and taking them to different government institutions like schools, hospitals, markets, and even universities. We need to know where the money has gone, and I think we'll be doing that. We have got authorities like KRA, Kenya Airports Authority, KENA, which is Kenya National Highway Authority, KURA, which is Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, have got 2% of their budget allocated for environment. We have seen them doing the roads. They are supposed to plant trees along those roads. Have they given women that tender to supply the seedlings? These are the places we need to go and knock and ask them, where is our money? NGCDF, 4 million. Where's your member of parliament? Has he ever given, or has she ever given any of the women or a youth these funds? Like in my constituency right now, 2 million is going towards acquisition of water tanks, and 2 million I am giving to groups which are planting these seedlings to supply to our schools, to our dispensaries, to our institutions. So your member of parliament has got 4.6 million. Are you aware of that? No. 4.6 million towards mitigation of climate change, which is supposed to be tree planting and also water supply. Minister of Interior and Continuation, they have been given target and they have a budget of almost 1.5 B. 1.5 B. Yes. Yes, there is money for climate mitigation in that ministry. So Murkomen needs to explain to us what has he done so far until 2025 June this year. Then the other money is coming from all the ministries. All the ministries have got 2% their allocation to mitigate towards mitigation of climate change. And mitigation is only planting the trees. Where are this money? We need to hold these guys accountable. Like for my constituency, already I have started implementing this project, and 16 women groups have already undertaken the seedlings exercise, distribution in all these institutions. I have not seen the ministries, any of them, actually doing anything. Do you know how much it was given, the exercise to clean Nairobi River? Munajua? 2 billion. Tunataka kuuliza hizi pesa ziko wapi? And do you know that exercise could have been done by women enterprise actually? Small, these women should have been given that job, because even the person who sweeps the house better is a woman, not a man. Ama namna gani?
Yes.
We need to ask ourselves, where are all this money? And I think I can't even exhaust. There's a lot for climate mitigation, but corruption is the leading number one factor, which is denying all these opportunities to our women and youth.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mesh. Moja! Aha! Billy! Tatu! Very good. Well said and done. To follow up on that, Honorable Crystal Asige and Irene Mayaka came up with a legislative proposal, which is a bill now, which is being mediated in the Senate after going all the round of all the motions and discussions, both at the National Assembly and the Senate, the startup bill. Duncan, please tell us very briefly how that startup bill will help women realize their potential and tap into the finances that Mahesh has talked about.
Thank you very much, Erijoy. You know, first, even before we get to the startup bill, we need to even first understand what is a startup and why this bill is very necessary for our country.
Duncan, a second. Madam Daisy has alerted me that we have people who are watching online, and we also have, and those who also attended in the morning physically. We've got the CS, National Advisor. Yes. Mahesh, yes. That we have, the people that you mentioned, came in, some of them came in the morning, and others are watching online, including National Treasury and Economic Planning. We've also got the CS Advisor Strategy, Legal and Policy and Governance. So they're listening in, and they'll be making their commitments. Wanda Skiza, thank you very much. Over to you, Duncan.
Oh, fantastic. So we were talking about the startup bill that is currently on the floor of the House. It has actually been passed in Parliament. It's headed to the Senate. And, you know, startups are those enterprises that usually most of them are actually started by the young people. They are either technology-driven, they're innovative, and also they are market disruptive. You know, Kenya, we are regarded as the African Silicon Savannah in terms of technology. You know, we are the pioneer of many technology platforms and also ideas that have been incubated in Kenya, such as the most famous one we all know is M-Pesa. We have several other platforms that have coming from Kenya and also from outside. Most of the places where they are found the best to incubate has been in this country. But the problem we have had as a country is that as much as our youth and young people are technology driven, we have not had any policy or any law to at least help them, you know, navigate through the startup businesses. And the startup bill provides a very good opportunity because it has provided a clear framework for registration of startups and also how the government can be able to support startups, including provision of tax incentives to startups and also protection of startups, you know, from external forces and such. It still has some gaps, you know, but it's something we are following with the Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association to at least see and make sure that it's actually helping the youth. In terms of how do our women benefit from startups? One thing we really need first to help our young girls to engage into science and technology. It's an area that we have always been, whenever we are talking about women businesses, most of the time we are thinking of the traditional approaches of MSMEs. But in the current economy that we have, one of the most successful businesses and businesses that are making money for people out there, they are technology-driven businesses. And now since the government is coming up with policies for supporting them, it's also for us, when we are dealing with our women or our young girls, even at schools, we encourage more taking courses in relation to science tech. And also, we also think of when we are designing our programs, how do we connect our programs with those people who are providing finances towards this area. Thank you.
Because of time, tunanyorosha moja, mbili, tatu, nne. So then, Duncan, you're telling us that to address the issue of 60% and recognized in terms of reducing unpaid care work for women, we need to engage with the startup bill and engage more on technology. The previous speakers in the morning talked about women at the local level having kabambes. So could we, will that startup bill be able to address the kabambe issue of women who are at the lowest level of the village to be able to interact and sell their produce without leaving their spaces?
Yes, it will, because the startup bill is supporting Kenya, the Kenya Innovation Agency, to enable them to start incubation centers down at the ward level. You know, increasing more finances and more funding towards incubation of women businesses. And when it's done at the ward level, it will promote more access to startup businesses and also to give people an opportunity to go and engage. You know, why startups, especially when it comes to climate change, is actually an important sector for women. The sectors that I've talked about, the people who interact more with the energy, agriculture, and the water sector is the women. And the people who have ideas of giving up solutions, actually even digital solutions on how you can make work easier, even from the kitchen level and to the farm, is actually the women themselves. But are the women being given an opportunity to express themselves, to share these ideas, to share this knowledge that they actually have? You know, even when it comes to efficient use of water at the kitchen, it's actually very few men, and I'm not just saying men, women are the only ones in the kitchen, but at least the women interact more with the kitchen. When it comes to efficient use of water in the kitchen, the person who can actually have that idea, you know, because startups are those ideas that nobody has thought about it. Somebody has faced a problem, has faced a challenge, and is wondering, how can I come up with something that can make it easier? Especially ones at the farm level. They are the ones who interact with irrigation every day. They are the ones who are suffering with the lack of enough water to provide irrigation. Coming up with innovative technologies. If we allow these women and our young girls who are interacting with their mothers down at the household level to be more engaged in science and technology, that is where we are going to get more solutions and more opportunities for our women to thrive, and also to have more opportunities for our girls, even at the school and still when they are young. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moja, Madam Alice, we have persons with disability in this country. The numbers are not known because we do not even have money to conduct a national survey to get to know the number of persons with disability in this country. So where is the space? How will persons with disability and their caregivers benefit from climate financing as a form of economic empowerment?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as we discuss, of course, issues of persons with disabilities, we also take note of the intersectionalities, you know, the attributes that define an individual. Because for the cluster or community or constituency of women, these women with disabilities, these young girls with disabilities. At the same time, on the other end then, we also have mothers who are the main caregivers of children with disabilities involved in all this conversation. One of the key things that is happening is that this retro representation of persons with disabilities and of course their primary caregivers in this conversation. And when you look at like what is happening at county level, 45 counties have come up with acts, climate change acts. But then the representation of persons with disabilities in the committees is a bit wanting. Of course, we acknowledge that some of the counties have representation. So representation also becomes very, very key. Then at the same time, remember this is like a complex conversation. The issues around carbon credits, the issues around the financing, the multilateral and bilateral financing, the internal financing is a complex conversation. So persons with disabilities also need to be strengthened in terms of their capacity, be empowered to join in the conversation. And of course, ensure that when material is presented relating to the climate financing discussion, it is presented in formats that persons with disabilities can be able to consume, across the various domains of disability. When material is also not presented in the right format, then it becomes difficult for persons with disabilities to be involved in this conversation. And remember, you cannot leave anyone behind in the conversation. And you also have to ensure that you have specific programs that are set aside to ensure that persons with disabilities are also contributing. The support going to the organizations of persons with disabilities. And I want to acknowledge the National Council for Persons with Disability. In the last financial year, they brought in a program on climate change. And I think 10 organizations of persons with disabilities benefited from that program. Yes, the funding was small, but then they were able to do a bit of initiatives. And I want to give an example of something that happened within my mother organization, DTSK, where mothers to children with autism and related developmental disabilities were trained on climate smart agriculture. And remember that many of them, because of as we talked about, the unpaid care work, they tend to spend a lot of long hours taking care of the children and will tend to be a lot of times within the home settings. So you want an innovative way for them to be able to get vegetables, have a kitchen garden, those corn gardens, vertical gardens, and then they learn how to irrigate the small farms closer to where they are, and they can earn an income, and at the same time they can be able to have some time to take care of their children. And at the same time, they can also feed their own families. So we also need to bring in innovation and technology and innovative methodologies to ensure that persons with disabilities are included in the conversation. When it comes to climate financing in general, what is happening? We would want to know, are persons with disabilities involved? Well, there's a lot of mention of persons with disabilities in the National Action Plan. How are they being involved in the conversations? And organizations that are programming or coming up with programs for women with disabilities, are they also including women, in those coming up with programs for women in general? Are they including women with disabilities? Are they bringing in the component of caregivers of children with disabilities, especially those who have very, very high support needs and will tend sometimes not to work? So it's a broad conversation, but we need to ensure that persons with disabilities are on the table. Otherwise, they will be on the menu. Thank you.
Ooh, it's sad to be on the menu. A round of applause. Moja, Billy, Tatu. Very good. Shampi, as you consult with Mhesh, you have talked about, you work with the marginalized communities. Those women, saa zingine anakosa chakula na lazima aombe. When drought comes, they have to go begging from their neighbors. When floods come, they're swept away. And this challenge is experienced by women extensively and persons with disability. So please tell us, how do we reach these communities with climate financing? Like Mhesha said, he has elaborated what is in the coffers. Are you able to benefit from that?
Okay.
If not, why?
Okay, just a minute of a context of where I'm coming from. So where I'm coming from, first of all, is a place where also when people look at, they see a lot of resource and a lot of potential for money. And so Northern Vision, when we developed it, we are also thinking about unlocking the potentials of our indigenous women. Our women do not own land, yet they are the best when it comes to proper land use. Even with farming techniques, once they are taught and they realize something can come out of here, they are the best. And if you want to see that, come to GoTo. So I run a community learning center where we are doing aquaculture in a pastoral land. We are having fish to boost our food security. Food insecurity leading in ASAL regions. Then what does this mean? We are also buying food from neighboring communities. We are consumers. But a blessing that we have, despite having the desert, is that the mighty Ewasonyiro passes through our lands. And I always say that I'm so grateful to the Almighty that my home happened to be just near the Ewasonyiro, and we have fertile soils. I was looking at this land, and my dad said to me, Shampi, ata wewe umeenda shule, together with my sisters and my brothers, this land will not go to waste. And so we brought fish. the pregnant women, lactating women, children visibly strong from eating from the fish. And so us tulikuwa tuna promote that culture of, you know, finding an alternative consumption of, in terms of feeds. And also, the water that is coming out of the fish ponds where we're keeping our fish is not going to waste. We are practicing traditional agriculture as well. We are contributing to the vegetation cover by planting crops that are drought resistant. Ndengu, watermelons, onions, nyanya, nini, all of these grow, and we're able to take them even into, if we can be consumers, why don't we be producers? And so this potential that has been realized where I'm coming from, you know, when I think about climate finance, it's something that will actualize such projects. But then climate finance at a national level is not really something that is felt even at that grassroots level. Why? Because from my view and in my experience, climate finance is being looked at from a global perspective. And if I do say so myself, from the global perspective, I feel there's confusion in the climate finance area. For starters, did you know that there's no agreed upon definition for what climate finance is? That some countries are even opening up chocolate factories and saying that is climate finance, and resorts and saying that is climate finance, and so on and so forth. You can find so many examples. So I think the solution for here back home, our climate finance cannot be climate finance the way other people are seeing it. We need to have a definition that is most suitable for us. I began by saying that adaptation is our first and foremost need. And what is adaptation looking like? When it rains, it floods. Why? There's no proper drainage. And when the sun shines, it is drought. Now there's no food. Where did that water go? We are putting in money in those dry areas, ASAL regions, constructions of a whole dam. I don't want to mention those dams. You know those dams that they said, I don't know where the money went to. Yet, there are cheaper options, like the sand dam, that can sustain a community for 6 months without a drop of rain, if they're able to maintain that sand dam. And it is cheaper than the other dams that we have. Even more, there are other technologies that are being, that are being implemented in other communities here in Kenya. Yatta constituency, for instance, they are also in the ASAL region, but when you go to where they have been able to green their area. Why? Because they were able to tap into a source of water. They're using this technology of, I think it's called infiltration wells. Doesn't use solar energy, no electricity, just work with pressure, and your pump will work 24/7, producing water throughout the whole place. And this is something I was able to learn when I was in this program for inclusive legislatures for gender-responsive policies by ASEPA. This is a program where I learned what gender-based analysis is and how it will apply to my work, and how exactly I managed to unlock the potential that the women in my community have. So, with this foundation, and even sitting here right now, for me, the solution is making, or rather, if we are going to be implementing global projects or global goals, can we just tailor them to what our needs are? Thank you.
Very good. Haya. Hiyo ni yenu. Yetu moja, mbili, tatu, nne. Very good. We were the last, so we'll take the floor in just 15 minutes. Honorable Priscilla, you have been training members. You have had extensive experience in the House. You've been in Homa Bay, you have seen the impact of climate change. So from your experience, where did the rain start? Where did all these issues start, and how can we address them through legal reforms?
Thank you very much. And I just want to pick it up also from where Shabi has left it, in the sense of practical solutions. So it is indeed true that there's a lot of law, and I was just looking at the amount of law available on this subject. Since the Environmental Management and Coordination Act came to Kenya, MCA, climate change laws, carbon credit, and we did with the SEPA, I'm sure you remember, find out that in carbon credit, inclusion is very minimal. There's very minimal inclusion of women and youth. In fact, you could actually safely say that the way the carbon credit market is factored in right now, it is a male-driven agenda. And so I was just reflecting, and I know that Homa Bay County, We have the Climate Change Act, and we have the Climate Fund regulations. And in the counties, one of the things we've done, which is probably what needs to be done in the rest of the country, is ensure the 2/3 gender rule is then applied to all the committees. We now have ward-based committees, village clusters, sub-county level, county level, very strong committees on climate change across the country, especially based on FLOCA. On the funding that Mheshimiwa was speaking about, CNN, one other big funding available to Kenya for climate change is FLOCA, the locally led climate initiatives. And the question is, how many women are participating in FLOCA, which is now devolved up to the ward level? I see a bit of it in Homa Bay, but I think in my view also still not sufficient. I know that GIZ, and they had put in the newspaper not long ago, a really big program around clean cooking technologies and the programs that they have on clean cooking technologies. Because again, and he spoke well, kijana wa kina mama, kwamba the areas are three, agriculture, energy, which is clean cooking and clean lighting, and then water. So in the clean cooking technologies, if you look at how much of the wrong cooking material we are using, firewood, charcoal, kerosene, are all not climate smart ways of cooking. So how do we transition from those methods of cooking? And you know, the bulk of our country is actually cooking on kerosene, on firewood, and on charcoal. And the sad thing, because I'm a big advocate for access to information, do you know kerosene is more expensive than gas?
Yeah.
Our people are just paying more for the wrong thing.
Yes.
Paying more for their respiratory problems and diseases. And kerosene, nobody gives you. Mafuta ya taa, watu wetu hawapewi. Nobody gives you mafuta ya taa. So how can we cause a national program, for example, on liquefied gas? Because gas is cheaper. On biogas and solar. Solar is also cheaper. So one of the sad things about this discourse is information. What our people don't have is information. Forget even resource poverty. I found information poverty the worst form. And what we actually have even in climate finance is in information poverty. So clean cooking technologies. So I was looking at what can we do here. And Daisy, you and I have been in these struggles for long, but hakuna ku give up. Every year we get into a new, we can never give up on these struggles. And I was proposing for ourselves here, as people gathered in this room, for a one-stop shop. Because one other bad thing about our legal framework is the number of laws you need to read to understand a subject. I think they are made complex so that the people don't understand. And the people don't understand where the money is. The money is in the budget, but is in so many ministries, is in so many departments, even members of parliament can't be able to follow it. I have been in that committee with the Environment Committee, COP29, for example, because even the international financing is difficult for Kenya to access. NEMA and KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, are supposed to be our representatives in the big global funds. But getting a program, even for women-led counties, Homa Bay County, we are yet to crack just one level of funding that is available at national level for the counties and for the nation. So part of what we have is then, you know, that labyrinth. You have to read this law to get to this law, to get to this law, to get to this policy. So why don't we do one policy for ourselves? Now that the women economic empowerment policy has been done, we could now do a women in environmental protection and climate change adaptation policy, just for the women in environment and women in climate change. And this will not be new. It will cover issues of adaptation and issues of resilience, and it would have funding and budget, and again, regretting we don't have a CS for gender. These are some of the issues that would then be within the Ministry of Gender. But in that policy, or in that framework, which is one standalone, we now call it one-stop shop, and not mainstreaming. In fact, in my years of experience, when somebody says they are mainstreaming PWDs and mainstreaming women, actually they are doing nothing. It's just a diplomatic language for doing nothing. When you say, how are you mainstreaming? Nothing. Not a single budget line, not a single program officer, not a single minister, not a department, not a unit. Unashindwa, watu wana mainstream na macho. Na kusema, we are mainstreaming. So now we don't want to be mainstreamed anymore. Wakuna mainstreaming sasa. Where is the policy? And this one-stop policy, tunaiona ndio hii imeletwa. Why is there a policy for debt, a policy for this, a policy for the other? But women issues, the policy ndio inakuwa developed. How can a Constitution of Kenya 2010 be implemented in its entirety, including devolution that is expensive, and only the 2/3 ndio inangoja bunge. Kwa nini hizi zingine hazikugoja bunge? Why? Hii ndio bado sijui NADCO, sijui nini, I mean multi-sectoral. I was even looking at the order paper. Saa hii ndio tena ziko kwa order paper for discussion, for debate. Hakuna bill, hakuna ishongwa bill, hakuna bill ya mtu kwa hizo vitu. So hizo tu ni story, ni zile za jaba. Hakuna because if you want to do something you bring a bill. Ishongwa majority leader you bring ishongwa bill. We see you are serious on the 2/3 gender rule. Haya, the one stop. Climate smart agriculture would be covered there. Women and land issues, again, a big area that we need to unlock. Women are not landowners. 95% of land in Kenya is owned by men. Only 5% is in the hands of women. So women land ownership. And you cannot go to climate change until you own land, because a bit of the climate change issues are on land. Energy, clean cooking. Nepal has a renewable energy program for women. So we would also be doing what other countries are doing. Here we have REREC, the renewable energy. How well are they working with women? Access to information issues will be covered there. Water, tree planting, carbon credits, afforestation. Malawi has a forest sector program for women, again, nearer to us. We also know Greenbelt movement. We know the work that Wangari Maathai did with the women. Avocado trees. By the way, if you are here na huna mti ya avocado, you are not helping yourself, and you are not getting nearer climate financing. Enda ukapande avocado. Fruit trees are good for families, but also the economic issues. MSMEs, and I was happy about the women in trade and women in business. Again, the MSMEs and the technology issues would be part of that policy. And then the women-led counties, the G7 members. Can we see our women-led counties being on the front line of some of these conversations as well? Can we see more inclusion of women in climate change and climate financing in the women-led counties? And it is possible. We are still within term. There is enough time to do some of these policies and to implement them. For what has already been budgeted for, the oversight mechanisms and making sure that we are oversighting and trying to reach the money that is available through petitions, through motions, through the assemblies that we have, and through the women MCAs at county levels. The Nairobi women MCAs passed the air quality bill. Women MCAs in the counties can also help us to reach some of the funding that is available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mesh. Parting shot. What is that legal framework that you have mentioned? You know, you talk fast.
Or policy, a policy.
Yeah, that policy.
Actually, the laws are enough. A one-stop policy, a one-stop shop policy on women, environment, and climate change. Because the laws are there. The laws are enough. Both international laws, national laws, and even county laws. So it's just a policy to be able to implement the different strands that we need.
Mheshimiwa, we are also very lucky to have Mheshimiwa Nguna, and he had whispered to me, and now you have mentioned it. That policy you're talking about, how to turn it into a private member's bill, because Mheshimiwa Nguna has offered to spearhead any bill we want as a private member's bill.
Yes.
Which one is it? Mheshimiwa utafanya, kwa sababu alikuwa anafanya climate. That's what he had told us. Mheshimiwa, microphone. Msaidieni microphone. Please speak to the private members bill you are speaking to.
I think I would like to interact with this lady who raised the issue of child care credit. Very important. We can do it in Parliament and pass it. And I know convincingly we will win with overwhelming majority on this. Then the issue of climate change. We need another conference. We unlock all the resources, actually, and give them to women and youth. You know, I always go, women, youth. Those are the vulnerable people who need protection and empowerment. So I wish we can come up with, I'll come up with all the list we can access these funds and share it to you. Yes, we can work in each and every authority and department to give us this money. Yeah, personally, I am ready to partner with you in my NGCDA projects. If you know any woman group actually planting seedlings and trees, we can collaborate on this issue with supply. But if you do the quick calculation of 290 constituencies times 4.6 million, just how much is that? How much is that? 4.6 times 290 constituencies. It's a lot of money. We need to unlock these funds. And also, if it's possible, we legislate on it. We say it's only women who are going to supply these seedlings to our constituencies and to our institutions. In fact, you have driven me to declare officially, I'll talk with my CDF board to ensure women groups are put into first priority in supplying these things. Yes, even water tanks we are talking about, we should give women priority on these matters. Issue to deal with the Minister of Environment. I'll get the chair environment and link to you directly. We can talk with the CS. I am sure Aden Duale and even our president Ed Ankura in Diop planting over, is it 5 billion? How many billions of trees? I don't know, 15 billion. We can help them, but helping them by giving these women that job to plant trees and taking care of them, we can unlock all these funds. So for the child care credit, a very interesting topic to introduce in Parliament, and I'm sure it can work in our country. If it has worked, and we can borrow the leaf from developed countries to implement it. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let me just add something for Mheshimiwa. And also because Uwezo is the regulations. Uwezo Fund is in regulations. The National Government Affirmative Action Fund is also in regulations under PFM. So even from here, this policy, we could easily do it as regulations, which is a parliamentary role, and have women, youth, and PWDs, environment and climate financing regulations, so that the regulations help us to unlock the very many funds that are existing, and lock the funds for women, youth, and PWDs for the purposes of environment and climate change. And regulations are easier to do, they are subsidiary legislation.
Yes. Actually, last week I gave 10 million to women groups through Weso Fund. Then there is ASLA Fund, which we have actually used around 138 billion. Where is that? Where 138 B? Because I'm in special funds committee, and I don't know where this money is. I wish it went to women. So this money is available, and also Women Enterprise Fund, it is available to us. All these things we just need to collapse all of them, be in one fund, and it will help our women. We have so many funds we can use, but I'm not seeing a lot of benefits from. We are reaping a lot.
Allow me to interject because of time, and I know I'm going to give two people the opportunity to ask a question. She was very fast, those two, very fast. Please keep it really short and address who you need to address.
My name is Sonia Aima. I had a quick question just to, I think it ties to what Shampiana mentioned in regards to the need to tailor global goals to what works for us. I think one of the things or observation has been that most of the money comes with guidelines or specificities on what it needs to be done. So when he speaks about the climate change conference, I think one of the things we need to focus on is how do we unshackle ourselves from those kinds of directions that come with the money? Because ideally, whoever gives you the money makes whoever gives you the money.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just take another question, the last one.
My name is Ruth Bolo. I'll touch on what Honorable Priscilla spoke about in terms of the Climate Change Act. When you look at the acts of in some of those counties, you find that the act is for County A, but as you go in between deep inside the pages, it has mentions of County B, which means that it's a copy-paste from a different county. So when we talk about ensuring that this act is not just a document for the sake of saying we have a document, what are some of the tangible things, the actually objective things like you're saying that we can do to ensure that it's not just a paper? And two, when we talk about the women MCAs, is it possible to maybe also have a conversation where we have the women who are here with the legislators who we are tasking to, 1, do the policies, and 2, push for implementation, and 3, look at the budgeting in the county, so that as they're doing it, they don't do it from a point of this is what we think is best, but from a point of this is what we had the women want.
I wanted to suggest that as you answer, if there's a, because of time, if there's a contact or somewhere people can reach out to get more information, please also share that. I don't know who's going to address the question. I picked the first 2, so because of time, please.
Can we have some responses?
We have to keep it short, guys, because of time.
Short and precise, my sister.
Thank you very much, my campaigner. Okay, my question or comment is to Mheshimiwa. You have just told us the many billions that have been allocated to planting trees. I think the last 2 budgets have given a lot of money to planting trees, yet trees are not the only locally climate, I mean, it's not the only climate action, isn't it? So we need to see really an impact assessment of what has that funding that has gone to trees generated. Because I saw a report in one of our social medias, 1 tree is costing 8,000 shillings. So it could be a conduit for stealing money. What we would like to see as women is funding going towards water harvesting technologies and also solid waste management, where every village has its own facility for sorting solid waste, so that we generate enterprises around that. Conversion of what is biodegradable to organic fertilizer, conversion to animal feeds, conversion to building materials, conversion to, waste to energy. It is good to unpack the entire climate agenda, and please, let's not look at planting trees this budget, because I think it's under discussion. Let us look at other activities like what Mheshimiwa Priscilla has said.
Panelists, you're welcome to respond. Could we have the mic this way? And Mheshimiwa, since you sit on the Special Funds Committee, and there are several funds being mentioned, and Elijah was even telling me about a fund that was renewed yesterday. I think I was just discussing with Daisy, and we are requesting everything that will come from this session related to the many special funds. Is it possible to have you as our focal person in that committee, and then we can organize an information session between the women and that committee?
Actually, the chair of special funds is a woman. She comes from Migori County, Women Rep Migori. I will share the contact. So I think it's very important we pick the conversation from Fatuma Mohammed from Migori County will really assist us. But also, I'll be your focal man in that committee.
All right, thank you so much. Over to you, Honorable Priscilla.
Thank you. Let me just answer the one on the women MCAs and also working with women MCAs. I think that once you come onto this space, then luckily the assemblies run on cycles, budget cycles, parliamentary cycles, assembly cycles. And it's been sad because our level of public participation, especially on some of these matters, is not very high. So it is still something we have to unlock, because even say like here, the role of KEWOPA, for example, the role of women reps that has come up along many times. So at county level, let's now not even have a national problem, because the national problem is too difficult to bite. Why don't you at your county level work with the caucus, the women MCAs caucus? And partly also because we are about to lose the special seats. Over the 15 years that we have now had women reps, over the 15 years we've had the women nominated MCAs, if you ask Kenyans whether there has been any value, there isn't much value in those seats, and that's a sad reality. So it is up to us to make sure that those positions have value. And part of that value should then be in areas like climate change. It is true that women, sometimes we may not do too well with coalitions. You know, even now, Munyoro, I don't know what. But surely, why can't we do well on energy? Why can't we do well on clean cooking? Why can't we do well on water harvesting? Must we fail with Munyoro and also fail in water harvesting? Must we fail in broad-based and also fail? Because even this broad-based, I think, is male-led, broad-based, broad-based government. In fact, it's men-only, broad-based government. Women are hardly featuring. But at sort of MCA level, let's work harder with the organizations that we have. Every time there's an advertisement for public participation, please just come around. Yeah, take an interest in your own county. Take an interest in your own county budget. By the way, part of the reason we have this widespread corruption is that nobody is watching the money. Why don't you just take an interest in watching the money on climate change? Why don't we today commit here the billions that Mheshimiwa read for us? Even if other monies are stolen, not for climate financing, not for climate change, not for planting trees. People can take other monies there for Maram and other things. Must they also take for free primary education, free health, now even tree planting? Have you guys seen any trees?
Yes, so hello. If we are still together, please do this. Thank you very much. So I'll quickly go into what was mentioned on the international financial institutions. And it still goes back to that point that, you know, the problem with looking at the global financial system, even when it comes to climate finance, is that even the system itself is not organized. And if there's one thing I noted, even from the Conference of Parties, if we are going the global way, it means we must have unity. But is that unity really there? That African group of negotiators are going into a room to negotiate and they agree we are going A. But when they get there, oh, small island countries, no, they decided they're not going with that interest. Oh, I don't know this group, they decided they're not going with that interest. At the end of the day, there's no one voice coming from the African group of negotiators. Even worse, when the round of negotiators is over, now comes the decision making, the ministers. Were they even there when these decisions were being made? I will not answer that. I think you know the answer. And we wonder why. Every single time we go to it is now almost predictable when you go to this Conference of Parties. We know what happens the first day, second day, the Africans, they don't agree, they go. All of this is very frustrating, even from a young person such as I. And this now turns me to what now is the solution. We just go national. We start then from the bottom going up. Not the other one, not the better one. I hope we are together. Yeah, like my approach is we start now from the grassroots. We come now locally, our country itself. And how are we looking at climate finance? And it is unfortunate that the biggest source of climate finance that we are looking at, of course, is the carbon credits. Again, where I come from, we have the biggest in Africa carbon project run by the Northern Rangelands Trust. How do they look like? So in a pastoral communities, where your land is your food and your culture, soil carbon credits is what is applied. And this entails leaving the grass on the ground so that the carbon does not escape. So when you come to my community, the institutions that are doing this, they claim to have had or done prior informed consent. I have never met any single person in my community that can tell me what is carbon and what is that project that is being implemented. Even worse, you come with your livestock, there's a fence. Maybe you had migrated, maybe it was time for the season of camels to go south. Everyone went south. When you want to go up, there's a fence. And on the other side of the fence where you are, completely dry, there's nothing for your pasture to eat. On the other side of the fence, greener pastures. Make one mistake, your animal or your livestock is found over that other fence. There are rangers who are neither police nor army who carry guns. So woe unto you if you manage to trespass into a land that was formerly a community land. And I think sometimes it's because also these lands are not registered. But if a land has not been registered, what business have you to come into this community to a land that is not registered? This is the injustice of our northern region pastoralists. It is what they are going through right now as we speak. That major big companies are trying to offset their carbons, and they are being implemented in Maskini ya Mungu's land. That is what I call them. Because even when they go to these meetings, they don't explain to them what the kind of deal exactly they're getting into. You welcome a guest to your land, before you realize it, you are a guest in your own land. And it's very painful. So when it comes to climate finance, even in regards to carbon credits, leave alone the soil one, even when it comes to planting trees, I think planting trees is good, but maybe we can switch a bit our attention to vegetation cover. And the grassroots people, usually sometimes, you know, they want to know what is benefiting them very fast. If I'm going to plant a tree here and it will take like 5 years to grow, is this really benefiting me in this moment? No. But if we focus on vegetation cover, and there's massive support, especially for the women, because they're the ones in the land use, while the men wakipeleka kuchunga mifugo, and the men are going to herd the animals. They tell you, bring arrowroots, cassavas, you know, these things. 3 months, 4 months, you reap your own produce. You're able even to sell them, your tomatoes, your onions. And these soils from the northern lands, it might seem like there's no water, but you bring water and try to plant. You will see how much nutrients this beautiful soil has. And now as I finish, still on this point of women being good for the land, this is going to be my parting shot. From my favorite book, The Caucasian Chalk Circle. And there's this quote which says, "Good things go to those who are good for it. Children to the motherly, that they may thrive. Good carts to good drivers, that they may be driven well. The valley to the waterers, that it may bear fruits." And I say this, give land to the women because they make the best out of it. Thank you.
I want to start dancing, but I want us to applaud them, appreciate them. Okay, sure.
I just got a classified information from the Minister of Treasury, and the officers asked not to be quoted. But every year we are getting $1.53 billion in Kenya. 1.53 billion for climate change.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow.
I think
Hiyo parting shot nayo tumeisikia. 2 days ago, we also have private investors who want to invest in women. And we are asking ourselves, who are these women if ourselves and the grassroots women are not the ones benefiting from these coffers? The British International Investments gave a block in the second tier of disbursing funds, and they just signed with KCB $100 million. $100 million. This is the second tier. So the first tier, tujiulize ilienda wapi. So as our panelists have said, can we look for this money, have an information session where we discuss to find out where is this money, who is accessing it, where is it, where are the women in these discussions? If we are not benefiting, ni wamama wagani hao wana benefit? Kama sio sisi na wale tuna support at the grassroots. Kama hakuna pesa kwa mfuko, there is no discussion, si ndio? Vitamin M. Tunasemanga pesa ni sabuni ya roho. Bas. Na ya mwili. Wow. That was has the panel delivered? Yes. Thank you so much. Let's look for flowers because they're beautiful. We have a baby girl who has just been delivered to welcome to this world. And we appreciate all the flowers. Blue, yellow, white, greeny, pinky for the baby girl. Let's deliver. Moja, mbili, tatu. Na tufunge na ile ya bunge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 delivered. Thank you so much for giving us this space to engage. Daisy, the discussion has just started. We have a lot of way forward. Kabisa, lazima tungare. So we appreciate our panelists. Thank you so much for dedicating your time to the women and the whole nation. We appreciate you. And we also appreciate the good work that you're doing. Yeah, we can't pay you for giving us this information, but we'll also have more information sessions. Tunashukuru sana. God bless you, and God bless all of us.
Thank you. Please come to the front of the stage.
And the organizers.
A round of applause. Give Ellie Joy and Hope a round of applause for doing such a... Just stay on stage. You'll come at the front. Just come at the front of the stage. Just leave, and we'll take a picture. Photographer. As you are.
It's KYPA, male allies. Where's Elijah? Where's Sentiman?
We need to balance women on the other side. Hands up. Be a bit more close so that... Just to let you know, they're taking pictures. I know there are some people who had wanted to talk to Susan Mangeni, right? Winnie Kimeo, can you just stand up for me, please? She has some business cards, so if you're interested in trying to reach her or try to reach her office, she's on that side of the room. Please grab a card or at least take a picture because they might not all be enough and you can reach out to her. In terms of the conversation that has just happened, if you want to get in touch with any members of parliament that are on stage or anyone else who is on stage, please reach out to Winnie who can connect you, and Daisy will be in charge of continuing this conversation and turning it into a report. No. Did you learn something new? Are you going to use your voice to be a voice for the voiceless? The voiceless, the ones that are not in this room, sorry. Yeah? Yes, so the yes is very low. I ask again, are you going to be a voice for the voiceless? Yes. Can we say in a unified manner, yes? Yes. In a unified manner, yes? Yes. Okay, fantastic. Have you learned something new in every panel? Yes. Have you learned something that you're going to action today? Yes. Have you made a commitment to yourself? Yes, yes or no? Yes. In your phone, have you made a note and say, I make a commitment today? So make that commitment. In the Bible, it says, make your vision plain so that the action starts to happen, right? There's one thing thinking about it, but there's another writing it down. So write it down and make it plain and turn your vision into action. So in this moment, as we said, this was an event that was about research findings, about communicating what WeHub has been able to achieve and Crown Trust has been able to achieve. So, sorry? So I want to take this opportunity to invite Emily Owiti. If we can give her a round of applause as she comes on stage. The Communication, Policy Advocacy and Knowledge Manager of University of Nairobi, WeHub. If I can just borrow your ears to direct your attention to the stage. If I say shine, you'll say shine, shine, shine. So I say shine, you say shine, shine. Perfect. Let's give Emily a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Please confirm that it works. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Are you happy? Yes. I should see more smiles and happy faces because we are coming towards the end of this beautiful day. We've had great conversations, but I have one task. I know you're tired, but I just want to go straight to that task without belaboring. And my task today is to deliver a communique from the Women Economic Forum Kenya 2025. And this is a summary of the conversations that we've had today, the deliberations, the panel discussions, the research finding sharing. And therefore, please give me your ears I'll try to be as fast as I can. May I have your attention, please? Okay, so I read. Crown Trust, I'm pausing because I'm waiting for your attention. Thank you. Crown Trust and her partners, the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, domiciled at the African Women's Studies Center, the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA, Center for Rights, Education, and Awareness, CREW, African Center for Parliamentary Affairs, ASEPA, Digital Oasis, Tembea Africa, Young Women Leaders Connect, would like to issue this communique from the 5th Annual Women's Economic Empowerment Forum, WEF Kenya 2025. And this conference that was themed, What Works for Women's Economic Empowerment, has been carried out today, Wednesday, 26 February 2025, at Emara Olesereni. From the discussions involving diverse stakeholders, including women entrepreneurs, duty bearers, state actors, and private sector, we uphold the following. 1, commitment to women's economic emancipation. Women play a vital role in driving economic growth, yet many remain in the forgotten middle. Those lacking formal employment, protections, and adequate financial support. The Women's Economic Forum Kenya 2025 is committed to fostering an inclusive economic landscape that empowers women through targeted investments, capacity building, and policies ensuring equal access to financial and business opportunities. By addressing structural barriers, WEFK envisions a future where women achieve financial independence and significantly contribute to national development. Secondly, advancing policy and legal frameworks. Strengthening policies and legal frameworks is critical to women's economic participation. WEFK 2025 calls for effective implementation of Kenya's Vision 2030, the National Policy on Gender and Development, and the Women's Economic Empowerment Policy. These frameworks should align with global commitments such as the SDGs and the African Union's Agenda 2063, ensuring responsive legislation that is well-resourced and enforced. Thirdly, scaling up proven economic interventions. WEFK advocates for expanding interventions that enhance women's access to financial resources, business opportunities, and skilled development. Successful models, including women-led cooperatives and business incubation hubs, should receive investments. Financial institutions must develop inclusive products tailored to women entrepreneurs, especially in the informal sector, to ensure business sustainability. Thirdly, strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships. Collaboration among government, private sector, civil society, and development partners is crucial for creating an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment. Cross-sectoral partnerships should focus on resource mobilization, knowledge sharing, and gender-responsive investments to ensure women in the underserved sectors gain access to financial services, skills training, and market opportunities. Fifth, overcoming barriers for women in MSME. The women in micro, small, and medium enterprises face persistent challenges, such as limited access to credit, markets, and capacity building. WEFK calls for targeted interventions, including reduced bureaucratic hurdles, innovative financial models, like, for instance, blended finance and credit guarantee schemes, and policies that support women's participation in local and global markets. Sixth, The role of women's leadership in economic empowerment. Women's leadership is transformative in driving economic change. This forum stresses the need for greater representation of women in leadership positions across all sectors. Investment in leadership development, mentorship, and removing barriers to political and corporate leadership is essential for fostering inclusive decision-making. Seventh, harnessing digital and financial inclusion. Digital economies offer immense opportunities for women. This forum calls for increased investment in digital literacy, access to financial services, and e-commerce platforms for women entrepreneurs. Fintech companies and financial institutions should develop gender-responsive digital financial services to enhance economic participation in rural areas. Eighth, advocating for gender-responsive policies, gender-responsive economic policies. Gender-responsive budgeting and economic planning are crucial for inclusive growth. This forum urges the use of gender-disaggregated data to inform policies that address women's unique challenges. Investments in childcare services and flexible work arrangements can help reduce the burden of unpaid care work and enhance women's economic participation. Enhancing climate financing for women's economic resilience is the ninth. Women in informal and agricultural sector are disproportionately affected by climate change. WEF Kenya 2025, which is the forum where we have been, calls for increased climate financing to support women-led enterprises in adopting sustainable business model. The forum also highlights the importance of equipping women with skills to engage in carbon credit markets, sustainable land use practices, and climate finance opportunities to boost resilience and economic empowerment. 10th, advancing tax justice for women's economic empowerment. A fair fiscal system is essential for women's economic participation. WEFK calls for gender-responsive tax policies, progressive taxation, and elimination of discriminatory taxation laws. Strengthening transparency and inclusivity in tax systems can enhance revenue mobilization while providing women entrepreneurs with the fiscal space to thrive. 11th, addressing sexual and gender-based violence as economic barriers. Sexual and gender-based violence is a major obstacle to women's economic empowerment. WEF Kenya 2025 advocates for stronger legal protections, workplace policies, and community-based interventions to prevent and respond to SGBV. Investments in survivor-centered support systems, including access to justice and economic reintegration programs, are critical to ensuring women thrive in safe environments. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, strengthening women's land rights and agricultural empowerment. Women, as we all know, are the backbone of Kenya's agricultural sector. Yet, they face systematic challenges such as limited land ownership and restricted access to credit. WEFK 2025 Forum calls for policies that strengthen women's land rights and equitable access to agricultural resources, gender-responsive land reforms, improved access to extension services, and climate-smart technologies. This will enhance women's productivity, resilience, and overall economic empowerment. Thank you very much. That's the communique. I am very honored to deliver this, and back to you.
Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much, Emily. We've worked really hard to put this together. Dennis, can you put what I need you to put on screen. So I just need you to take out your phones quickly before we're almost coming to an end. Please take out your phone, and scan the code. This is the part people don't like to do, but if you want us to do more of this, we need to improve how we do the events. So we'd love to hear your feedback on the sessions, what you want us to do better, what you'd want us to bring back again, so that we can do better for 2026. So Edmond, if you can just play some music while I give you 5 minutes to just scan and fill this in. Just a song, not the song, just any music. And we're going to sing. Are you ready to dance? To make some room for the afternoon tea? Yeah? Fantastic. I'll get you to come on stage and show us how to dance. And just to remind you also that we still got Tisa, we've got Azai. Is there? I believe everyone being successful with accessing the QR code? Dennis, you're just supposed to scan, right? And then it leads you to the questionnaire. Did you put the right one? Okay. And for those who are online, please also fill it up. Please share your comments of what new thing you learned today. So people learn tax justice is what I'm seeing a lot as too. Vile serikali inafanya budget, childcare credits, about the national policy on women economic empowerment. There's a lot of climate change funds waiting to be unlocked. Is this the season you're going to unlock those funds for those who, show of hands if you're in the space for STEM, climate, justice, renewable energy, carbon credits, farming, because you're all affected. Okay. I hope you weren't looking at me. I hope you are looking who was putting their hands up. So share with us what stood out from you today. I don't mind if I see my name up there. No pressure. Anyway, I'm joking. Happy to see organized. Typing it just about. Yeah. Sorry to be the woman between you and your questions, but someone has to be. Rich information base, I like that. The women entrepreneurs, all smart and vocal, 100%. Honorable Priscilla, this is for you. Your insights and knowledge, always. If someone says women legislators are flowers, girls, just throw in Honorable Yokabi's name and it closes the conversation. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Should put that in your gratitude journal today. The intersection of MSMEs and taxation and possible solutions. The money to make a difference is there. We just need to know how to tap into it. I love it. Where is it? All right, question 4. What lessons and strategies learned today do you see yourself using for your personal growth and that of others? Whatever you write, please copy it in your notes, because that is your commitment to yourself and the commitment to taking action. So whatever you put in there, put it in your personal notes. I think people hadn't answered question 4, but Dennis, people hadn't answered question 4 and you had moved on. I don't know if you can go back, if it's possible. Thank you. Question 4 is back on. Change starts with me. Be bold. Jasiri, Moses Okello, you're the man of the hour. Do you have a tent? People can come and see you and queue and see you. Perfect. Where money for climate financing is housed, how I can collaborate to access funds. There's a lot of information out there. Let's commit to learning. That's very true. Being intentional in looking for information on funding opportunities. Absolutely. There's something I learned yesterday to an event called, there's a summit happening. I think it started today, Sankalp. You guys might know of it. There's something called Miller Center, and they offer programs for social entrepreneurs. So here's one information for the one who's trying to see how they can expand their knowledge. Keeping records well. Data, data, data. Data equals impact. Share of hands if you established a new network. I did. Okay. Keep your hand up if you're going to use that new network or you're going to store it in your phone. Fantastic. Okay, we'll move on to the next question, I think. Someone said they've established a new network from other countries, or is it counties? Counties. Is that it? Okay, I think that's it. Is that it, Dennis? Okay. Thank you very much for sharing that information. It will help us in also even identifying what topics we need to expand or extend and maybe do a session. I think a session around tax, a practical session might be worth considering for next year. So it's an honor to invite a Crown Trust Board of a board member of the chair, leader of the chair of programs. Please give a round of applause to Sue Njuguna, who will be given a vote of thanks today. Let's support her with a round of applause. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Oh, we still have the gentlemen in the room. Habari zenu. Asante for the support. Oops, sorry, my bad. Right, I'll just give a short vote of thanks. I hope everybody had a wonderful day today. As we conclude this impactful WEFK 2025 conference on what works for women's economic empowerment, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Anne Wangombe, who was here this morning, the PS State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, our esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Wanjiku Kabera, who was actually represented by Dr. Jiriane, who is the hub leader at the University of Nairobi WeHub, Dr. Susan Koech, Deputy Governor of the CBK, and Honorable Susan Mangeni, PS, State Department of MSME. Development for the insightful addresses. A special thank you to our distinguished speakers, including our ED, Ms. Daisy Amdani, Ms. Leah Wangeshi Washira, Ms. Diana Gichengo, Mr. Peter Haydwen, Honorable Beatrice Elati, I think she didn't make it today, and Ms. Janine Coker. Your contributions have enriched our understanding of women's economic empowerment and inspired us to strive for excellence in this field. We are also grateful to our panelists, I think they did a wonderful job, and panel moderators for sharing their lived experiences and expertise, ensuring the smooth flow of discussions. The lessons gained from you have great potential for replication towards the economic emancipation of women in Kenya and beyond. To the attendees, both in person and those who followed virtually, your active engagement and enthusiasm have greatly contributed to the success of this event. Thank you for being here, and you're still here. We wish to recognize the efforts of the organizing committee, which was comprised of the Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, that's Crown Trust, and the event partners, who include the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, domiciled at the African Women's Study Center, the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA, Center for Rights, Education and Awareness, that's CREW, African Center for Parliamentary Affairs, ASIPA, Parliamentary Center, Digital Oasis, Young Women's Leaders Connect, and Tembea Africa. We thank you for your meticulous planning and execution. Your dedication behind the scenes has ensured the success of this event. We appreciate the support of our partners whose contributions have been instrumental in making this event possible. Lastly, we extend our gratitude to our service providers who include, among others, Digital Oasis, who developed the event landing page, our ushers, who helped participants settle in, our event moderator, MC, Angela Waweru, who happens to be our chair at Crown Trust, who facilitated the active engagement of all stakeholders. Our sign language interpreters, I think they are still in the room, Mini Mbesa and Joki Shege, for ensuring that persons with disabilities are not left behind. Viction Technologies for the provision of seamless live streaming services. The rapporteurs led by Maria Paulson for the proper documentation of the event. And lastly, the staff of Emara Ole Sereni Hotel for their excellent service and hospitality. In conclusion, thank you all once again for your invaluable contributions and participation. You have made this event, yet again, a very memorable and impactful experience. Have a great evening. God bless you. Safe journey home. And thank you very much. We hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Let's give her another round of applause. All right, you've been sat. I want you to have room and energy for your tea. So I want to invite you first to clap for yourself. I think I need Ellie's energy. Please stand up. I want to invite you all to stand up. And there's a song that we're going to dance to, sing to. It's lyrics. The lyrics will be on the screen. So I'm going to just ask Miss Daisy to give us a synopsis of what the song is about before it comes on.
Okay, so you heard the PS for Gender this morning talking about the Beijing Platform for Action, which was a landmark global convention and what would you call it? Covenant that transformed women's rights activism globally. And of course in Kenya. In fact, many of what we see today as the women's gains in the Constitution came from that platform for action. They identified 12 critical areas of concern. But at this meeting, African women participated greatly. Kenya sent a delegation of 500 to Beijing. So it was a really landmark event. And the African women, they composed the African Women's Anthem. And now it's 30 years since that Beijing conference. So instead of us guys singing, you know, we are always singing Sijui Bado Mapambano. And we agreed with a friend of mine the other day, it's a very disempowering song. So this needs to be our anthem because it speaks to what we women want to see. So that's what this song is. It's the women's anthem, and it was composed by African women. I actually had never heard of it until last year when I attended a global conference in Ghana. And I was like, how come we don't know this? So we'll sing it, it's in English, but I challenged the State Department of Gender the other day that we should have a Swahili version of this so that it becomes our song. It's our anthem, the women's anthem. Go.
All across the nations, all around the world, women.
Because I don't think that they can see. Can it be expanded? So let me just read out the words first for those of you who can't see. But then, see, you people, Nima Gen Z and X, Apa, all across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. See, that's what we have been talking about here. Women can't be silent when all around the world, people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out now for justice and development and hold the rights of all the people high. Then back to the chorus. Then women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So that's the song. See, that is what we want. Okay, so now we sing. We must learn this song. We will get a Swahili version and we will be singing it. Go.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out now for justice and development and hold the rights of other people high. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
Ally next to you and say, we're together in this forever. Fantastic. So allow me to I'd like to officially, you can take a seat while I just say a few things at the end and then allow you the opportunity to drink tea. It has been a pleasure to host you all today. And for those who need to connect with me, feel free to connect with me before I leave. I'll just reiterate, my name is Angela Warrero, and I have had a splendid time being your MC today, and I hope you have enjoyed me being your host. For those who weren't here at the beginning, I'm also the chairperson of Crown Trust, but in my own capacity. I live life through a woman's lens, and because I live life through a woman's lens, I am always inspired, and I work in my own capacity to bridge the gap when it comes to gender equality. I am a founder of 2 organizations, Sister Speaks Global and Heals for Pads Foundation, both women-led, women-focused. One focuses on economic empowerment, so this conversation is very important to me because we're all about capacity building, especially for women entrepreneurs, and getting us to vitamin M. So I'm all about finding us bridging the gap when it comes to the percentages around gender lens investment, especially for African women. The figures that we tend to see when they say black, it's Black Americans. It's not really the figures around African women. So my motto has always been to live and serve for the continent I was born in. And so I hope to walk a mile in many hills with you guys, fighting for justice. I fight for justice when it comes to menstrual health as well, because the foundation focuses on building capacity around menstrual health education, SRHR, and menstrual health sustainable products and safe products. So I would like to say that for me, and I think you might all concur, is that this summit has been beyond inspiration. It's been about giving us tools or learning how we can implement what we are already doing in our capacity, how we can stretch ourselves, how we can collaborate. I hope if there's one thing you will get from today is collaboration is key. Do you know a chain? A chain is a chain because it has links. And those links are connected to make a chain. So if you all linked up together, we could fight against climate justice. We could fight against women's rights. But what we do as women, we operate in our own silos. We were talking earlier during lunch. We become too emotional about things, while men think with their head, not their hearts. So maybe it's also a call for us to think with our heads so that we can fight together, rather than in silos, one is doing this and you're both doing the same thing. So find your link today. Build a strong chain, build a strong connection. I would now like to invite you for tea, but like I said earlier, we have an event on Saturday. If you're looking to connect with other change makers and learn from other change makers, Dennis will put the link. We have a special link where you can get the ticket at 3,000. It covers food, but it allows you to connect with the likes of Jerry Migwi. I know people are political voices against. We spoke about GBV a lot, so she'll be one of the speakers. If you're in the space for justice, when it comes to people who have been incarcerated and trying to get back into the system and work and get economical empowerment, we'll have Teresa Njoroge. So we have the likes of different speakers who will be speaking on their journey, and you can learn from them and you can come and network. But today, if you're looking for me to be your warm contact, make sure you get me and make sure you keep me warm, because one day we can be hot together. How about that? All right. So I'd like to invite you for some hot tea, and let's continue the connection. Thank you very much for attending the Women Economic Kenya Forum 2025.
Let's be upstanding for a word of prayer. We will be dismissed after this. Tuimbe wimbo wa taifa, second stanza in Swahili, ndio tuende kwa pamoja kwa wenye hawako kwa dhehebu ya Kikristo, alafu nitamalizia kwa maombi ya Kikristo. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Amen. Tuamini na tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, ni asante kwa akina mama, akina ndugu zetu ambao wote waliwezeshewa kwa hii kongamano. Baba, ni asante kwa hao wote ambao wameweza kutujaza na information ambayo inaweza kutukuza kama mama ambao wako kwa biashara. Tumepata ushuhuda mbalimbali ambayo imetuguza, wamama ambao wamepitia maneno mbalimbali lakini wameweza kutuonesha nguvu yao. Baba, endelea kutupatia hii neema ya kuzidi kuwa viongozi kwa jamii zetu, kwa familia yetu, kwa nchi yetu. Hata kwa hii Women Economic Forum 2025 tunakupa asante. Vile ilikuwa ya siku moja na kila mmoja ameweza kuchangia. Baba, ni asante kwa kila mmoja. Bariki kila jamii ambayo imewakilishwa hapa. Bariki kila kazi ambayo mikono yetu inaweza kufanya hata vile tunaondoka. Wacha malaika yetu ituzingire. Tuweze sote tufike mahali petu pa nyumbani na tuendelee kujenga hii nchi. Ni asante, haya yote tumeamini katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Amen.
Thank you. Just the board members, if you could just remain here. Honorable, you'll just remain for a minute. The board members, there's tea being served, and then Dennis will leave the code for the event if you want to attend on the screen. So I want a picture over here because she doesn't want to start. So we'll take it. Photographer, can I ask for your... Daisy doesn't want to come out. Jebet, come. Board members, if you can come over here at the center. Daisy? Here? Daisy, can I borrow you just for a picture and then I release you to talk? Just need to take a picture. And Honorable Nyokabi. Daisy.
And I know. I thought, see, you combine the whole into chill machinani. You hear she wants to come to machinani for the meeting.
As the board secretary, I really can't tell you anything.
I'm attacking you, them they be. Oh, yes, we had our, you remember that engagement?
Yes, you were going for a wedding or something.
Right, do you want to be seated or stand?
Should we sit? No, we should stand.
No, okay, let's do a seated and a stand.
Okay.
Where are you? Who can I get?
You can take your set. You'll send the picture. The link is putting them active. I'll send you the link is putting them active.
But where are they? Where are they?
Sisi too.
Well, don't worry about the bags. They can't come here. You use
Are we folding our legs?
Should we all move to the right or something? Don't come in. I feel odd when you're there. Because you're sitting there. Wait. Because it balances out. Come in the middle. Yeah, okay, let's start with Priscilla.
Yes.
So come in.
You didn't give him. No. Come on, quiet.
wametusaidia